Oh yeah, check this.
Stream elements. Drihung 2H is now live. Streaming Age of Empires 3, designing Perion from Maplestory. Gloria Victis, new alert, new TTS.
Glorious. Now let's play the intro music. Check this out. Before we begin, I just want to show this to you. people. It's me, Zui, your friend in neighborhood Vietnamese, back at it again with another stream. But before we begin, enough of me showcasing up, the new unit that I have added to the new faction, Perion. But first of all, today's episode, have you all, this Zui, your friend in neighborhood Vietnamese, and hope Hey, Sam Queenslander, what's up, man? I saw you on FG Corner stream, and I really like it that you're here because there's going to be a lot of exciting things in today's stream as we have look a bit through it during the intro. But before we go into that, have you all have a wonderful Saturday as ever. And today's quote of the day is knowing yourself. From the famous Aristotle, one of my favorite philosopher, of course. So he's saying that knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Oh, also I need to turn it here.
2H.
There we go.
Sam_Queenslander, thanks for following. Sam_Queenslander. Why did it announce I feel called out? Due, the virtual Vietnamese cat. Sam_Queenslander, thanks for following.
It is what it is though, but my text-to-speech program seems to have been default into a childlike voice again, and probably you could may even call it some kind of anime voice. Maybe I do have some anime audience on my channel, I don't know, but regardless, well, what do you think about this text-to-speech, Sam Queen? Because I kind of want to change it into a different voice, if you don't mind. And after that, we will go into today's quote of the day. Oh, let's try Catalanian. Maybe it's good. Who knows? You could touch something to test it out,
Sam_Queenslander. Itkim not fusa one by oranuta.
All right. I don't know if I should keep this Spanish girl, but let's change back to English. Maybe we'll test something at a later date. Although I recall there's some Irish voice that we could use, or Indian voice. Indian voice could sound a little bit funny, I feel like. But let's try an Irish voice. Icelandic accent. Hola. Maybe I'll try an Irish voice. Here's the thing, alright. Because I'm still pretty much a learner of the English language. It's not like my first language or anything, so I need to, being frequent with them. And I kind of have a thought that, hey, maybe I should check different countries' accent. So here we go.
Thunder. It's Wolf the Gaelic, not English, so it might screw over the hymn.
I mean, it does have an accent, but it does seem to me that she's still speaking English. But hey, we'll fine-tune it when it comes to, the future. But here's today's quote of Aristotle, right? Hold on, let me go through something a little bit. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom, because we should understand that every person has a level, right? You don't want to exert yourself into overconfidence doing something that is impossible, while keeping your heads up to do something within your level. Yeah, so let's try. One example I could give you is that when you begin, when you are like a beginner at the gyms, right? You want to make an exercise that is more of your level. Maybe start with something small, like some light bench waking or whatever, or some little running, right? But not exert yourself into some other and difficult tasks that the trainer might don't know or force you to do it. So be sure to always know what your level might be. So let me play some. Let me play some music to you all. And before we go into today's episode, because I do have a lot of things to share with you all. Since it's still gonna be Age of Empires 2 related content. Do you play Age of Empires 2, Sam Queenslander? Because today is an Age of Empires 2 stream, but I don't know whether or not you play Age of Empires 2 because I just saw you on FG Corner stream instead, and he was playing other games like Europa Universalis 4. Although you could say Europa Universalis 4 could still relate to RTS somehow, but it's in a different level of a playing field when it comes to that, right? I kind of want to figure out like some kind of music.
Even not played it, I've seen a far bit of people play it.
So it's gonna be pretty hard for me to explain all of things to you though, because well, first of all, I'm a modder of Age of Empires 2, so my content really consists of advanced things when it comes to Age of Empires 2 and all of its mechanics. So I don't know if it feels good for you to watch something like that. But I will maybe in the stream I will casually go into all the things relating to Age of Empires 2 though. So maybe we would still have a chance to discuss with it with each other. That's what I think. Hold on, let me try playing something nice.
Saki Thunder. A right I wouldn't stress it Steve happy to learn about the game.
Oh yeah, you said before, right? Queenslander, you played the RTS genre before, but I kind of wonder what genre you kind of played before. I mean, what game did you play before? I kind of want to hear from you since, well, I don't have my fair share of RTS. Not like I play every game though. So we could discuss more about the genre if that's more in line with what we're talking about. Music for streaming. Yeah, I kind of want to play Diablo music though. Don't know if you played Diablo before, but I will play some Diablo music.
Saki Thunder. U musty know this men of war aslo skud wargan.
Oh, but I never, and of all those RTS, I never played any war game RTS before. So, yeah. Maybe you could maybe you could introduce a genre to me. I kind of feel, want to talk with people right now recently. But this is one of the mods that I'm, developing. I kind of added custom nation to the mod. As you can see, there are different factions, but I've only added like 2 factions on this map. I will show it over the map to you about what I'm designing. There's Elenia, the faction that I first designed, so they're mostly magicians and fairies. So as you can see, you could still train your usual villagers.
Saki Thunder. The music is a tad bit loud.
Yeah. How about now? Let me check my audio myself real quick, right? Because oftentimes I don't have anyone to check my audio with, so it would feel a little bit awkward.
Saki Thunder. It's Finn no hands.
Although yeah, that Gaelic accent, I think I want to change. I think I want to change. I do want to hear like an exotic English accent though, but not to the point that you cannot understand them, right? Maybe I try Australia. I don't know about Australia, but do chat away and let me know how it feels. Australian accent. I used to talk with a lot of Australians before because I was playing an MMO. Not really an MMO though, but think of it like an MMO. So I was chatting. I was in an Australian clan, and we were playing on the Asian server, but the Australian server is kind of dead. So,
Openage.
hey, OpenAge.
Hey Dewey, how long are you gonna stream today?
That Australian accent is much more manageable, and I'm really thankful for it. So yeah.
Sam_Queenslander.
there are two people talking
Well,
today.
I'm Australian, so I'll see how it stacks up.
Hey, that's very nice to hear that you're Australian too. You know, our oceanic brotherhood. You know, I'm in Vietnam, so Australia is a bit close. Yeah, and in the topic of Australian, right? I used to play an MMO called Crossout, and I was in an Australian clan because a lot of Asian clan that play on the Asian server of Crossout really cannot speak English, so I kind of want to have a clan that I can communicate in English. So there was like an Australian clan that also plays on Asia server, so I stick with them instead. And during the course of conversing with Australian, it kind of feels like Australian comes in second nature to me. So yeah, I could bear with an Australian accent, you know. Although I could not for the life of me say Australian slang though. I can only understand their accent, but I cannot understand their slang. Mostly, but still. Probably if it's the case of slang, right? You need to get used to it during your childhood or something. But yeah, this is the mod that I'm developing though. You can see that usually Age of Empires 2 wouldn't look like this. It wouldn't look like this, alright? And OpenAge, I gotta add a view. Yeah, you know, OpenAge. Oh yeah, you're on YouTube this time. That's strange. So I gotta want to add you as one of my moderator or guest of honor, because I just want to, because you are very kind and you check my stream every other day, so I kinda want to add you as a moderator. So here's how you do it on YouTube. You just go to YouTube Studio and go to settings. In the community tab, you just add a new moderator on there, so maybe it'll show up when I search your name. Yeah, that's definitely you, right? So yeah, do enjoy your new badge. Do you enjoy your new moderator badge? I don't know what else I can do with guest of honors like this though, so I just add them as my moderator from now on. Hope you're fine with that. And yeah, let's jump right on to, you know, the usual Age of Empires 2 game wouldn't look like this because what's up with the trees, you know? How the hell can you build house on top of trees like this? It's just impossible, right? In any other RTS, so this is like a custom mode for Age of Empires 2, so it very much looks like it's fantasy. And if you're Australian, right, we have to joke a little bit about the wildlife and how it is, you know, very wide over here. But in the topic of wildlife, though, you can say that Perion has the lack of wildlife or any wildlife as it is, and as it is one of my newer region. I developed this particular region during off stream though. So there's a lot of things you might be missing during off camera. So as you can see, this is our town center during you know, in the whole, right, in the center of the city, and this is how I reference it. You know, the city in Maplestory. Although I could not say if it's a city or not. Yeah, so this is how Perion looks like. Oh, maybe it's better to find like a better map for it. Oh yeah, you can see that that's my map right there. But yeah, this is how Perion looks like, right, in Maplestory. And if you don't know Maplestory, oh yeah, speech chat, come on, don't sleep on the job. So I'm only using YouTube right now because I'm not going to Although, right, I kind of have an idea, Open Age, if you are still listening. I kind of have an idea that maybe you should join the conversation if you are busy with typing, right? Maybe you could hit me up on Discord, and together we could engage in a voice conversation instead. So if you don't mind it, of course. Or if any of you watching right now, you could maybe tell me your username, and I will hit it up. I will hit you up with a voice conversation. It will feel easier for you to talk with me via voice instead. Because I haven't tried a lot of stuff, and I feel like it would be cool to go into those kind of stuff. Because when it comes to I guess when it comes to streaming, I prefer if people just speak directly to me instead, as like in the case of real life, right? Kind of feels unnatural if you just look at a chat window and there's like a text and you need to read it out loud instead of a text-to-speech program that I am using, right? That let you speak to me like a one-on-one conversation, so it feels more natural to me. But I wouldn't mind if you actually hit me on Discord to talk with me, I think it would. I feel like it's a wonderful, it's like a wonderful. What's the word? It's like a wonderful opportunity for me to sharpen my English skill. Yeah. Oh, this is the stable right now, but I kind of messed it up. That's very cool.
Sam_Queenslander. There's a town not too far from me that has a big Vietnamese community, really good food. But to get good prices you sorta have to be able to haggle in Viet, lol.
Dude, really? Because I feel like right, from what I'm learning from my cousins and my relatives. I do have different cousins and relatives, and a huge portion of my relatives migrated to Canada. Oh, us Vietnamese do migrate to a lot of different countries when you think about it, right? So a large portion of my relatives migrate to Canada. One of my other cousins migrated to Japan. So yeah, it kind of feels like yeah. Apart from that though, I do have like a half Vietnamese cousin, and he was Ukrainian. So right now he's not actually in Ukrainian, but in different countries because he has to migrate after the war. So yeah, I do have a lot of different cousins all over the world, honestly. But not to Australia though, so it's kind of new to see
Sam_Queenslander.
I mean, some Viet in Australia.
How I thought Viet migrants mostly went to the US or AUS.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, a lot of people thought so too, but my cousins are mostly in Canada, so yeah, may do whatever with that information as you will. But if you don't know, right, Vietnam was under French colonial rule, so at least a bit of us know how to speak French. Probably just some old folks that know how to speak French, but our culture and French do have a lot of common because we kind of borrow a little bit from the French culture, So yeah, I mean, in the case of bánh mì versus baguette, right? You could see there's like some correlation. But yeah, in the topic of the mod, again, I've been adding a lot of stuff to the Perion region, although it kind of derives from the old Perion map that I changed a bit, right? This Perion map that I've showcased during the last stream though, so you need to catch that if you want to know what's happening. So yeah, I kind of made this map for a designer contest that I've engaged before, and it happens to be that I chose the theme of Maplestory, and I kind of developed a Perion region like this. But right now I do have a dedicated playable map for Maplestory, and it includes a lot of different Maplestory factions. And I feel like this project is so cool, man. This project is so cool when I goes into things, right? Do you want to hear more about it? Because, man, I do have a lot to share. So this is my progress so far, right? The archery range, you can train like a for Elinia though, you can train range magicians. So as you can see, this poison mage that will be able to shoot poison from afar, and it's very amazing. Now, at the moment though, I'm kind of using Perion units because right now player 1-4, it's just a player for testing. But the units that spawn out from custom tents and fortress like this, I will just implement them into the Perion factions later. But I'm using one of the newly developed Perion unit. Not really Siege Elephant, but I forgot to change the name, right? I used the base Siege Elephant and turned them into a tank, basically a tank, right? And the tank has the ability to render enemy armor when it comes to contact. It does not do that in the base game, but I added an additional function like that. And the poison mage has the ability to attack ground right now, so after, so you could control where you can shoot your poison, basically. So you can see there's like a poison cloud going on right now that will also damage a lot of different enemy unit in range. Also damage friendly units. So you need to be careful with that, but with tanky units like Siege Elephants, well, that combination is kind of broken. But in the original version, the tankiest unit you could create is basically the Battle Mage. So it's not like the Elena has a lot of tanky unit, but Perion will be. So it's kind of different. The whole idea of the mod is kind of different. Although, could you hear me properly? I want to check my audio.
Sam_Queenslander. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, so I was going, right? The whole idea of the mod, right, is to create like a very different civilization apart from each other. So you don't know, right? Unlike StarCraft 2 or games similar to StarCraft 2, each faction in Age of Empires 2 is very similar to each other. I mean, each civilization, right? Very similar to each other. So I kind of want to make a mod that subvert this expectation. And it happens to me that in a game like Maplestory, each faction in Maplestory, at least in the Victoria Island, as you can see, are very different apart from each other. So if you don't know, Perion is the land of the warriors. So they mostly have a close combat unit. And Elena is the land of mage, so they only have like a magician and unit that casts magic at range. And Hennessy is the land of archers, so they might have a lot of range units. I do have a lot of ideas to implement them in the futures. Lit Harbor doesn't really have a team at hand, but I plan them to have be like a land of mercenaries, and you could recruit mercenaries out of them. Kearney City is a land of assassins, so you might have like a may have like a huge DPS unit that is very glass cannon, feels like glass cannon, right? So yeah, that's the ideas between different factions in Gloria Victis. Gloria Victis being the name of the mod right now. I don't know if it's subject to change, but I really do like the name Gloria Victis, right? So yeah, that's just the idea behind it. If you don't play AoE 2, you might find that are not a lot of people that are fully overhaul games like this. It just happened to me. It just happened to a few people that they like to overhaul things like this. So you don't know, Age of Empires 2 also have most like a Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones. They also overhaul things. But most of the times they do have a full-fledged team, you know, of developing maps, or you have one individual, but they may take time with developing maps. Oh yeah, and there's also Florida Beach, but I don't know what to do with them just yet. They do look like island. But yeah, that's the idea behind the faction. Also there's Sleepywood, but they are enemy AI. That's gonna be a faction that is only consists of enemy AI. And they will spawn mobs to counter stronger players. So, you know, that's the idea of the mod. And there's also 3 different relic points that allows you to capture the Sharanian relics. If you don't know, in the Maplestory lore, there was like an ancient civilization called Sharanian. You know, I'm just going through the lore, so I hope you are fine. Hope you are okay with that, you know, Queenslander, because I'm just explaining the map's lore. If you do feel fine, or if you don't feel fine, feel free to comment, right? But yeah, there was an Asian civilization named Sharanian. From what I've looked at, they mostly resemble Asian Romans. You know, the Asian Roman Empire. So it's kind of fun to have them in your map, and they're kind of relevant to Maplestory lore. As you can see, they have ruins all over the world, and in those ruins there are powerful relics that you can capture. And in this tower, I kind of have an idea that in this tower there will be a lot of things that you can do. Like it could shoot lasers. Like from what I think of, you know, they could shoot lasers. Although you need to charge the power attack, but they could shoot lasers, or they could teleport units from place to place. That would be really powerful, though. Although I'm just thinking of the ideas that I should implement to them. But yeah, Sharanians, really powerful stuff. You know, the past Roman Empire, but they are also magical. What else can I go through about? You know, probably that's it, but we'll go through with how, you know, the different units, the combination could work again in this mod, because this mod really have like a custom unit that you might see nowhere in different Age of Empires 2 games.
Umante.
You can see those are the Ice Mage and the Ice Mage. As you can see right now, the Ice Mage kind of shoot attack, right? And it just gets frozen in place. Although it kind of make our unit frozen as well, so do use it properly, right? You can find the base to keep the enemy at bay and just keep damaging at the same time. I mean, that is pretty effective. It's just nasty, man. I feel like I should nerf this. I feel like I should nerf this, alright? You just find it powerful, you know? How do you even, just a question for me, for you, Queenslander. How do you play any RTS that looks like this? I mean, the Age of Empires 2 doesn't look like this, but I made an effort for it to look very, customizable, and it's just for one fantasy like this. So have you ever played any fantasy looking RTS like this? You know, when it comes to fantasy RTS, I feel like there's Warcraft 3, right?
Sam_Queenslander. No, it's fine, don't worry. Sam_Queenslander. I know I'm more of a kinda military war type RTS guy.
Well, luckily for you, Queenslander, the base Age of Empires 2 is pretty much military kind of way, right? It's basically, you know, your typical RTS. if you look at the gameplay of Age of Empires 2, it's pretty much normal, and you have different range units and different melee units, and that's it. There's no such thing as magic like this, right? But this is the custom version of it. I kind of find it really fun though to develop a mod like this. I don't want to, just make any mod, your usual Age of Empires 2, hack and slash kind of thing, and you have a historical unit. But instead, I kind of find it fun to make mod that consists of fantasy elements like this, even though the game isn't intention. The game, the main idea of the game, the main intention of the game isn't to develop a system like this, right? You never have magic and stuff like that in Age of Empires 2, but by the magical power of modding, you could basically make it happen. And also, here's the funny thing for you, because all those giant trees are just an illusion, right? So if you haven't noticed, Queenslander, this is a really genius design coming from me. If you couldn't notice, those are trees that is laid on a 2D plane of field, right? So you know, Age of Empires 2 is played on a 2.5D planes of field. You can only look at one angle like this. So this basically different trees lying on top of each other in a 2D open field. But you kind of see that's like a one entity. And different trees are being laid in a way that makes you think like this one entity of tree, as you might see right here. This tree chunk consists of two different trees, apart from each level. And I kind of molded a way for you to not just do anything with this, but you can actually chop an entire tree down. So I could just demonstrate that for you. I did only just modify this tree though. As you can see, this still, your usual 2D tree stacked on top of each other, right? So if you move between them, there might be some pathfinding issues because imagine it's like a vertical lines of trees, right? It's like a vertical lines of trees. It's not like an entity. But I kind of modify it so you could chop the tree roots down.
Sam_Queenslander. I get it now.
Yeah, very, very genius, by the way. Because this is the region that I'm basing out on, the region of Maplestory. And you cannot do this in the vanilla Age of Empires 2 unless you are clever like me. I mean, I don't mean to brag, but it's just how it is, So this, what it's based on, basically, Maplestory was like a platformer game, so you could see the platformer elements being really strong. It's like a 2D game. So here's the town. Here's the magical civilization town. And they are fairies, and they basically live in treehouse. And how do you replicate something like this in Age of Empires 2? And hey, that gives me an idea. Kind of explained it to you before. But yeah, this is a brilliant idea, and you can chop down those tree roots. I kind of made it in a way that you cannot actually, you cannot actually target the trees that are on the trunks. I only make the case with this tree only though, as I only test it with this tree. But in the future, I will just add it with all the trees in a linear. As you can see, you got task villagers to chop down the tree in the middle of the trunk like this. As you can see, those are the Zaliao. How do you say it in English? But yeah, I kind of make it a way. So this custom tree cannot be targeted by villagers. As you can see. But they can only chop down the they can only chop down the root part of the trees. So yeah, they can only chop down the roots.
Ok.
I kind of want to make them a little bit faster though. So they need to finish the roots up. And the entire tree will just gonna fail off. Yeah. Ingenious idea, right? You never see this before in any games, I feel like. So I kinda, it's one of my creative idea, you know? You see those in any other games? I cannot say I confidently know any other games like that. But yeah, that's the idea. I will only implement it into other trees when I have the time though. Because I need to make a new passive script for the trees, you know? And here's the golden cloud. It's still going, but it's kind of funny, right? Also, yeah, those are the Elenia units. They're also the battle mages. And shoot magical bullets. You know, but I'll be in a shorter range. They do so, you know, it's cool. I want to do it. I demonstrate them in those poison mage are pretty pesky when it comes to things. It could backfire on your friendly fire and stuff like that. Very genius.
Okay. Command
For today's stream though, I gotta develop I'm in the process of developing different Perion units. So I mean we are
Sam_Queenslander.
Right.
So do they just come out of the walls?
What do you mean come out of the walls? You need to articulate it a little bit better. You mean the tree walls? Do they just come out of the wall? What do you mean by come out of the wall? Oh, the units, right? So this is
Sam_Queenslander.
Yeah.
The enemies by the stones.
Yeah, this is a testing environment. I kind of code it in a way that enemies kind of spawn out of an area like this for me to have something to test my units with. So you know, it's just a test environment mostly with the stuff you that is possible in Age of Empires 2 scripting, right? There's a new unit that I've added. They're called Spearmen. They're not your usual Age of Empires 2 Spearmen though, because as you can see, they have huge damage right from the start. They have 20 plus bonus damage, and they have a special mechanics called charge. If you hover under the unit description, they call Spearmen. Powerful spearmen that can charge their attacks. Their offense are very strong, trading in their lack of defense. So yeah, their hit points are really small, but they could potentially one-shot units. And those spearmen are really fun to play, so we could jump right into it. Although it's kind of stronger to enmask them as well, because they do have one range to their attacks. So for those who are not really that frequent in RTS or Age of Empires 2 altogether, you could consider this like a really low range archer, but you can see that one range attack really come in clutch, because you could form a shield wall and attack enemies relentlessly. So let me try it for you. Oh, let me just try it so you can see it. So this is the enemy line, right? We kind of form a shield wall like this with spearmen, and they're just gonna decimate the entire enemy ranks. Then they have a charge mechanic as well. So imagine, right? Imagine Spanish Tercio, right? Let me just check Spanish Tercio where I have the opportunity to do so. Do we have a movie scene? It's kind of long, huh? Like you form like a spear pure wall like this, right? And every unit that came in contact with your unit just gonna get decimated. Basically, they cannot even come close to your line of defenses. So yeah, that's the idea that I have with the spearmen. They're really strong, Spanish Tesio, kind of like units. Kind of feels like Spanish Tesio, you know. There should be better scenes though, I feel like. There's a scenes where enemy cavalry just shot into a line of Tesio and they just got decimated, but with that aside, this basically how Spanish Tesio works in the form of a custom unit that I made. You can see that they're really efficient. You can like this. And it's amazing. You see, right? You see? We only lost like 3 units. And the enemies is all killed. Basically all killed. So yeah, imagine those are Tesios, and they're gonna be a unit that is unique to Perion, the land of the warriors. Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty satisfying though. I kind of want to demonstrate that to you again. The Spanish Tesio that we had with Perion.
Walk, cool, bantel.
Also here's the team of Perion, by the way. This region. As you can see, it has a little bit of an African theme to it, but it could not be closer from the truth. But as you can see in the original Perion, there's a little bit of Mayan to them, a little bit of Mayan to their buildings, right? Their stone buildings, and the tents also kind of gives up like a Native American, the Northern Native American vibes. Although it kind of reminds me of African civilization at the same time. Also, here's my map. When I search Maplestory Perion, it kind of shows up. But still, kind of feel proud about that, Yeah, so that's the thing going on with Perion, and I cannot articulate well with how the Perion region kind of have Mayan types of buildings, right? But their buildings have like sandstone in it. So in my thought, it still has to be like African architecture, even though it might feel a little bit wrong. So that's the idea behind the Perion's architectures. But still, that's the idea. It's pretty cool, though. Don't you agree? Prince Lander, if you're still watching.
Bantelwoon.
I'll demonstrate that to you again.
Cool.
We're just gonna farm. We're just gonna farm the spawn point like this. Just gonna spawn kill them.
Cool. Oak.
Let's see how long we can last. Oh, that is insane, man. It's pretty but as you can see, they have a charge attack. They're pretty weak against range unit as well. This is the only scenario where they are good at. It's insane. This is insane. Attack by the enemies, and they can approach much longer. But yeah, the idea of a kind of unit. Although you could also hide with them if you are micro-intensive enough. Because well, it kind of utilises the charge mechanics. With that aside, unit called Amorphous. And if you check its description, right? Oh yeah, here you're just playing a game. What game are you playing?
Sam_Queenslander. I'm here, I'm just playing a game, Iron.
What game are you playing? I would like to hear about it if it's possible. Yeah. If it's EU4 or maybe any other different games. Although when you think about it, wasn't you watching like a FG Corner stream before? Maybe he did went offline.
Sam_Queenslander.
Him again, you know?
I was playing a bit of
also
Hoi,
watching him.
but I closed out of it.
I mean, he's still alive, so... I mean, I do like the gesture though, that you just stop watching him and go over to my channel to support me though. I do appreciate it. But, well... I do like FG Corners. I did have a game, I did have a EU4 game with him before. And we kind of, you know, bantered together. It was a fun EU4 multiplayer games, and I kind of want to have more games with him in the future. Although it might be in the case of a different game, because for me playing the same game over again like EU4 tends to get a little bit on my nerves. So yeah, I don't want to play the same game as often as you would like to think, because, well, I guess I could still design stuff in AoE too, because this is like my main, you know, modern games. But still, I was playing a bit Hoi, but close out of it. Oh yeah, I do play Hot Spy 4 on my channel, so if you do want some Hoi content, maybe I could play it in one of my future streams. I was playing a mod called Equestria at War before, and I was kind of in some progress with it. But the recent incident that I was trying to you know, clean my hard drive and try to reinstall Windows. But it comes to me that the data wasn't safe.
Sam_Queenslander.
It wasn't safe.
Oh, the My Little Pony mod, LOL.
Yeah, that mod is pretty funny, and if you want to see it in the future, maybe you should consider subscribe or, you know, follow to my Twitch. I do multicast on both Twitch and YouTube, so it's your decision to just follow any platform that I'm on. So yeah, the My Little Pony mod. I will give it a reconsider though, but I need to play the game. You know, I need to replay the game again, basically starting over from fresh, because I lost all the save files. But still, maybe one day I will catch up with my save files and I will replay the game once again. So yeah. By the way, Queenslander, do you like this idea of Tercio? Because it's a custom unit, by the way. If it's like a main Age of Empires 2 unit, the Spearman wouldn't be able to kill unit at range. First of all, and second of all, they wouldn't have a charge attack like this. So yeah, that's the main difference between my modern version and the base Age of Empires 2 version. So, do you like this idea of a Tercio-like unit? Because I would like to hear from your opinion. Even though you don't really play Age of Empires 2, you might still see the demonstration that I might play to you, right? Be done with it though. I gotta have another unit that I've added called Amorphous. If you can check its description, it's a giant wolf
Sam_Queenslander. I never knew AoE even had mods, but it seems pretty cool and can add like a unique dynamic.
Yeah, it's not just that unit. As you can see, there are auto magical civilization unit, but yeah, to have more since forever though. like since the game was first released during 1999, and the modding scenes was existing already, but it just happened that recently the developers and the publisher of Age of Empires 2 only cares about tournaments and you know, the esports scenes, you know, the esports side of Age of Empires 2. So, you know, in terms of modding and dynamic of Age of Empires 2, it is very dynamic. So I mean, maybe not to the point that is Warcraft 3, but I think for a modder that has a wide range of knowledge. I know if I should say that that should be me. But I did mod Age of Empires 2 since 2008, so it was a long time ago. So I do have a wide range of knowledge. So this is the thing that you can come up with, you know, Age of Empires 2 modding, even though not a lot of people really know about it. So yeah, if you search Age of Empires 2 up, there are only contents about you know, the usual the usual you know, tournament settings, scenarios and stuff like that, not a custom scenario like this or custom game mode, right? But that's the idea that I have so far. You know, I'm still in the modding scenes, and I've been playing mod scenes forever, so I just keep continuing with it. It's one of my passion, to share my passion project. And if you happen to know, there are like different modding. There are like different modding, you know, server for Age of Empires 2. I kind of share my stuff into one of my favorite modding server called Age of Empires Hellhole. So yeah, it has been a cool way to share your stuff with all the fellow creators. As you can see, they also have a lot of wonderful maps like this, you know, looking very solid. Although one of an individual that I could endorse their map is that is present on this server, Invictus, and that guy is currently offline right now, but Rimro. He kind of developed one of my favorite maps, the Rimro guy, called Fire and Sword, and I played it once for my stream, for one of my past streams, so you could check it out. But it's basically pretty cool. It was about historical events like Mongol versus Russia during the 14th century. So that's pretty cool. You know, the different Russian warlords, agents, the Golden Horde, right? That scenario, if you know about it in history. So I do endorse his map. His map is pretty cool. Although there are a lot of more wonderful creators as well, but I haven't really played their map much. Yeah, the Mongol versus Russians, you know, it was interesting. So I kind of
Sam_Queenslander. Are the Mongol versus Russians? The actual history is very interesting.
Also, I did make a video about this. I did make an AI generated video, so this is pretty interesting if you can watch it. So if you can watch it for me, so I'm just gonna share it now. I feel like a design stream like this is like an opportunity for me to discuss different things with you all. It's not just about scenario designing, because it would be so boring if I just, you know, make my map and you might not know all about it. So this design stream is just mostly about talking with each other and discussing with each other. So I'm gonna show this one video that I made called The President Play Age of Empires 2 Multiplayer Diplomacy. Although it has low view compared to other AI generated videos, because I was pretty late to the party. So, but without further ado, this is a fun video, so maybe you and me could watch it together.
How are you?
And it was about the Fire
All right,
Sword.
people, join.
It was about Fire Sword, which is the map got developed by Rimmer in this server. About the Golden Horde versus different Russian warlords. So let's just jump into the game, right?
All right, people, join up. Lobby is starting soon. We are playing a role-playing Russian diplomacy game.
I really like Obama voice, by the way, because he has an
Sam
aggressive voice
__
for some reason.
Queenslander. President's Play shows Ben Shapiro LOL.
Alternatively, he could name it a famous person play Asian Empires too, but well, in terms of famous person, maybe it wouldn't generate enough clicks, so I went with a president play instead. So I mean, technically, there are still multiple presidents being presented in this video, so that's still pretty accurate.
Wildfire and Sword.
Seriously, guys, who let Alex Jones pick the Mongols? Now he's going to kill everyone.
And the AI Ben Shapiro voice is just perfect, by the way. So I really like Ben Shapiro voice. And Ben Shapiro in this game, it's actually the author of the map, Rimmer. So as you can see, he's referred to the host a lot in this video. So Ben Shapiro is Rimmer, the creator of the map, in this video, right? I just want to re-mention it to you.
Fuck you, bitch. You just stop me from picking the glorious horseback gangs.
And Alex Jones is Invictus, and he's really aggressive as he is playing Mongols right here. And Invictus is him, the one, the only Teutonic Knight.
Calm down, guys. I'll pick it so I can build big, beautiful walls to keep the illegal Mongols out. By the way, where is Sleepy Joe?
And by the way, Donald Trump is me. So be interpreted it as you wish, because I love building walls.
As always.
Don't worry, Mr. Donald, he's here.
For fuck's sake, Joe, next time come a bit sooner. Now we only have Vladimir left. You get attacked by the Mongols first.
All right, is everyone ready? I'm going to start the game.
Hell yeah, we are always ready, as long as you are.
All right, for those who are new to this mod, guys, you need to read the rules. Ask me if you had any questions.
Nah, fuck you. Rules are conspiracy theories anyways. I'm going
I love the coin line that I came out with and generate to the text-to-speech generator. I think I love it so much that I want to rewatch it all the time. So yeah.
on a record.
No, don't really mind the corny comments, right? Maybe you enjoy it, maybe you don't, but personally, I do like it.
You Russian-esque whether you like it or not.
Come down, guys, it's just a game. Now who the fuck is playing my neighbor Chernigov over here? A random.
Hello, Mr. Donald. Just doing my usual business here.
What are you doing here, my man John? Go back to China where they needed you. Shit, the Mongols are attacking my base. What the fuck?
Honestly, Donald, you look like the biggest fish to fry. Also, this is just my scout team, so get fucked.
For fuck's sake, Jones, if I knew you were after me, I would have built that wall earlier.
Last chance, Obama. Either convert to Catholicism or I'll destroy you with facts and logic.
You're a good.
So yeah, the religion features was like a custom add-in, mode. But still, I don't even know how that mode works.
Man, but I need to think about it. Still figuring how this game works.
Honestly, guys, these illegal Mongol immigrants cannot be trusted.
I love the moment where it comes with up with a different Donald Trump lines. By the way, like he just say about illegal immigrants, illegal or Mongol immigrants. I just find it so corny and funny, personally. But I find it funny.
We need to form a coalition against them. Now, who's with me?
Hey, fuck you, Donald. This was even my full force. You got a death wish or something?
My sympathies, Mr. Donald. How about we sign a non-aggression pact?
Well, fuck you, John. I could even sign you a bonus trade deal on top of that. What's up, Kuman of this?
Plus I'm playing Keith. I'm playing Donald Trump in this video. So yeah, it kind of feels personal. Also, yeah, that's Keith. The capital of Ukraine right now, as one of the Russian warlords.
Self, how are you doing?
Oh, hello, Donald. Fancy meeting.
The given rules, right? They were really big in history. So this is their legacy.
You there.
Think of it like their legacy of some sort.
Us humans are just living a simple life, but the Mongols are oppressing us. Can you help?
Best we can do is to give you some spare land, lady. We Kivians do have our problems, but friendly immigrants are welcome here.
Okay, Obama, since you're dedicated to the one true Catholic faith, you may ally with me now.
Best to not mess with me in the future. Young Benheimer, be honest here.
Vladimir Sleepy Joe, you there? I'll give you one chance to surrender.
Sam_Queenslander. Yeah, Kiev and Rus, didn't Kiev get almost completely destroyed from Mongol raids?
Yeah, it got totally destroyed. I cannot recall much detail about that, but I know for the fact that it got destroyed. But hey, Perion, 1984. Thanks for coming to my channel. Basically 1984, huh? But yeah, thanks for coming to my channel. Hope you enjoy your stay. We are reacting to my own video right now, so do give a comment if you have anything to say, right?
Otherwise, you shall face.
And by the way, history did repeat itself. I got destroyed by the Mongols in this video. So yeah, he got destroyed by the Mongols in this video as well.
The wrath of the Horde.
I might have been sleepy, but I'll never equal to Mongols like you.
So be it, old Geezer. Let me put you out of your misery.
Guys, are you busy? The Mongols are attacking me too.
But John Cena, I feel like John Cena is too silly to exist in this video. But just saying.
What the fuck, guys? The Mongols already got Sleepy Joe.
Oh yeah, I remembered that. What can I say? I'm not the best Age of Empires to player.
Well, Joe, you certainly would have been better if you haven't slept at the job.
Well, anyways.
You can see that aside from the usual dialogue here, you can also see that we are chatting in the background. So it's like a reference, I guess, right?
Sleepy Joe, you're my vassal now, so behave.
Seriously, that wasn't cool, Alex. Guys, can you help me against this tyranny?
Just to be clear, Joe, if you rebel or do anything stupid, I'll erase your ass.
Seriously, Joe, you should rebel. First Wundar will turn into Muscovy. You'll have a much better start.
I'll consider it Trump, but now I'm taking a nap.
If you haven't noticed, yeah, the Mongols is attacking John Cena right now.
Thanks for the heads up, British lady.
Also, here's one comment that coming from me. You can see that the tone of this video is pretty serious at time, right? Like you're role playing, right? It's like the presidents and or the famous person are role playing. Actually role playing like a specific country in one specific point of history, and it's kind of different when you kind of see others like AI generated videos about Age of Empires 2 or any other games. They often just go silly with how they do things. Right. When I search for a video like this, right, when I view the videos, their tones are not really serious at all, and they just play like a random map like this. They don't really like play a specific mod.
Shit! You just lost another one, didn't you?
I swear to fucking God, Joe, I will switch diplomacy.
All right. No need to get antsy. It's just a pig. Something you two have in common.
Joe.
Oh, hey, I found those Mexicans that you hate so much.
Should have built a wall.
No.
I mean, it's still funny, but it's more silly in my opinion. But my video is a little bit different. It has a more role-playing aspect on top of it, right? So, do you prefer if it's like this, or if it's like this? Do tell me your honest opinion, if you have any. Also, here's the comment. I was hoping Joe to win. His shipping wheels would keep him awake. Man, if only if Joe win, right?
Coming to help.
It's probably
that would be a meme.
Late for me, though. But thanks for the gesture, Mr. Donald.
Donald, you know damn well this means we're right.
I can already see that. Well, bring it on. Oh.
Trump, you made a fatal mistake by overextending more pikemen. Mass
I still do like the shit talk in this video though, because I do add a lot of shit talks between other pupils when they are playing this game.
Will shred
Sam
everything at the end of the day,
Queenslander.
Joe.
Yeah, I see what you mean. IDK, I'm not too fussed. My biggest complaint is the voice synthesis not being too great. I'm curious what software you were using.
So yeah, by it means that it wasn't that great, right? Because I was using an API called it's not even an API, it's just like a floating website called fakeyou.com, and here's how you do it. You just go into fakeyou.com and you use this online tool to generate like a how you call this, like a text to speech stuff, right? Lip sync. What's the term for it? I do recall there's like a term for this kind of stuff. I kind of forgot. So yeah, you just make stuff out with this. So let me demonstrate that to you. By going to text to speech, you can choose a voice, like you want to be Donald Trump, for example. And let me say something like Queen wonderful. All right, so for just a simple prompt like this, right? You can generate a text to speech out of it real fast. So this is how you do it, and after that you could convert that into a video as well. So I mean, it's just an online tool, so maybe it's not the best because I don't really use an API or anything other than this tool. So I mean, it's still to the point that it sounds authentic, I would say, but sometimes the voice kind of got cut off or be funky for a little bit, and I could not help about that, I feel like. So that's just my ideas, you know. Although the wait time is a little bit long sometimes, so we'll come back to it, you know.
Well, you and you.
Sam_Queenslander. Yeah, there is one called Beta 11 Labs floating around, but it's unfortunately paid only.
Yeah, I cannot afford to use any paid tools, so yeah, when it comes to paid tools, you know, I mean, this tool still generate a much enough authentic voice, so I don't mind using a free tools like FakeU, but we'll see.
I do have an economy, like you Mongols.
Well, it looks like your days are over, Mr. Former President.
Well, you think it's over, but it's just the beginning. There's still countless of us Eastern European out there. Time to show the Mongols what we can do, fellas. Fellas.
Mongols? Do you mean we're Trump? I hadn't even seen.
But I do like the fact that North Korea talking shit after
Sam_Queenslander. I don't blame you, I'm broke AF as well.
Well, you're still living in Australia, Queenslander. I don't know about you, but you might know for a fact that I live in second world countries, and I don't really have the finance compared to the one those one who are living under first world country right now. So yeah, it's just a matter of fact that I'm living in a second world countries, and I don't feel like spending. For a lot of time, I do develop some kind of discipline against spending you know, against anything, right? I do develop a discipline for that, so I just only want to download the game. I just want to really buy the game one that I really want to play. I can only, even for the tools, I often just crack them for the same time because they just some tools like probably not Photoshop, but some tools do have like a subscription to it, so it feels really unfair. So I just crack them. So just sort it out if you don't have finance to use the tool you would like. Do consider generally paying for your tools if you do have the finance to do it. Though I don't really force you, but still, only do it if you feel like it's more convenient in terms of balance for you.
For fuck's sake, quit making money for a second. Navra, come here and lend me a hand.
Well, as much as I want to help you, McDonald, we are currently in conflict with the nasty chickens from the west.
Yeah, Eastern Europe.
I do love the fact that Novgorod was talking shit in that game, though. Like Mongols. What Mongols?
Europeans, I tell you, all
they're busy making money.
Always at odds with each other. Ready to surrender, sunshine.
All right, I accept defeat. You win this time.
Truly capitalist Novgorod. Back in the days, and it was funny because it was accurate in this video.
But this isn't over yet.
Since you're about to fall within minutes anyways, you're a smart man. You know what? I'll sweeten the deal after this. What waiting for, Donald? Lead the town center, and you shall be spared.
That's the part when I got destroyed by the Mongols. I just surrendered, but turns out I became Moscow instead, so hey. As Vietnamese say, trong cái rủi có cái may, Although I could not even translate that to English. So, be it as you will.
Jones was turning myself into Moscow, a part of that sweet deal. Now I am out of your grasp.
Also, you mentioned to me before, Queenslander, you are in fact living in a neighborhood that near a lot of Vietnamese, right? Do you know some Vietnamese word? Maybe we can speak a little bit of Vietnamese.
Well,
try that on for size,
You got to life for another day, I suppose. Now, get out of my way, or the bigger fish to fry.
You know what? This is great. Now I can relax and be safe for 10 minutes while building up the economy and the American dream. I mean Russian dream.
Guys, it seems that I'm alone against the big bad. Now that Mr.
Oh, hi, OpenAge. Welcome back, by the way. Also, yeah, OpenAge, I did talk with you before. He just didn't fire off. But I did talk with you before. I did say something like, if you are busy, with your coding and stuff like that, or with your work, maybe instead of typing in my chat, you could engage with me on Discord. So do give it a whirl, because I do want to, practice my English conversation with different pupils. It's just that I want to do it. So do consider that idea if it is possible for you.
Mr. Donald is gone.
Oh yeah, I can see that, John. You cannot ask.
But we are reacting to one of my own video right now. So yeah, we are halfway through. But there's about different presidents playing Age of Empires 2, a custom mode that is.
China for help since they were taken by the Mongols too at this point in history. I need to rebuild my military enough, so we will stay in close contact.
Gentlemen, it seems that the Mongols already got me au nerve.
So you know, right? The Queen Elizabeth play the Cuban tribes, and they were really small. They are like a meme. They're like a
Sam
meme
_ Queenslander. I don't really know any Viet, but I know how to tell people to fuck off, or something like that.
Đủ má mày, đúng không? Right? That's how you say it. Do you know
Sam
the
_ Queenslander. Yeah, that.
Man, it is funny because some Vietnamese curse are funny, I feel like. But yeah, if OpenAge, yeah, up to that, maybe we can hit up in a Discord conversation. Maybe if I recall, you are in this specific channel, so we could jump into one of the lounge in here. You know, if any of you want to engage in the conversation, I'm here to hear. If any of you have anything to say, I'm ready to chat. As we can say in Vietnamese, trò chuyện linh tinh, you know.
Oh shit, we forgot about the queen, didn't we?
I think she got used to that, guys. After.
Also, by the way, Queenslander Open Age over here do know a bit of Vietnamese, so I kind of want to hear a little bit of Vietnamese from him. Oh, he's chatting with me. Hello. Or we could engage in a conversation between each other in here, if you don't mind. You're still watching the stream, right? You could just hear me talking. Hey, that's Open Age, so yeah, good to hear a little bit from you, man.
Actually works. Great.
It is working right now, yes.
I have to shut off the audio to your stream, so I can't hear myself. Okay.
Yeah. Although, judging by your accent, are you from Australia or Britain?
No, I'm not from Australia. I'm from Germany.
Oh, yeah. You Anglo-Saxon, maybe.
I don't know. You can probably get it.
But yeah, from Germany, yeah. From Germany, Mr. Open Age AI here is from Germany, so...
Sam_Queenslander.
Actually, it's not... it's
Saxo
not Mr.
not
Open Age
Anglo
because
LOL.
I'm not the only person working on the project. I'm just a guy who has control of the social media accounts, so... but yeah...
Although, by the way, I see that your project is really big, but it's not really that finished yet, is it?
Not really. Not at all, actually. But we're getting there. It just takes a lot of time.
Man, I cannot wait then. But yeah, we could have a little bit of fun and chat together while I guess we are reacting to one of my videos, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I didn't catch any of the last 1.5 hours, so I can't really say much to that. But yeah, I can see your stream, so you can talk and I can chime in.
I really appreciate when you can talk to me like directly like this, right? I really do.
Yeah, and I don't have to speak like a text-to-speech voice for once.
Yeah, but
so,
yeah. Also, how do you think about my English, accent? Is it a little bit too much? Can you still understand me at least?
English is pretty good, I would say. Yeah, you might notice that I also have an accent, and it's not my first language, so it's fine. I can understand you, and maybe the people watching can also understand me. Yes, Sam Queenslander, are you still there? Can you understand us both, or is it too much foreigners for your taste?
I will just speak in regards to everyone, though. But I do feel like your accent is
actually
very well.
Also joined. Hello, Sam.
Yeah, hello, Sam Screenlander. I mean, he's still watching, right? But I do think your accent is really good because at the first glance, I thought you were from Britain or Australian. Actually, you do have some sort of a coarse voice in your accent, so I thought you were from those countries.
I had a lot of English education, and I also talk sometimes on our own YouTube channel where we do the updates. I talked once, but
one
I
time.
don't want
I'm so
to
proud of you.
self-promotion. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Someone just joined.
Oh, yeah.
That's Sam. That's cool.
Yep.
We're all here talking to each other, not to text-to-speech.
Text-to-speech got a bit abrasive because I'd hear what I'd just write out. So thought hop in.
Using the internet like intended, not just one guy talking. Now all of us are talking.
Yeah,
so proud.
I think
We'll come together.
Yeah, discussion like this oftentimes pretty where video much better than just one guy talking to his mic, and that might be usual. I feel like with the discussion that we are having here over on the chat channel, feels like most often times with the effort of typing rather than speaking, not really a lot of message will come through. And even at times, some of you might even cut while I am speaking my dialogues, right? So it kind of feels unnatural to a lot of people's.
Yeah, it's a bit asymmetric because you have to stop and then I have to wait for my text-to-speech to finish before I can write anything again. And maybe that's better.
I mean, also then your responses come way later than you really intended them to, because it's easier to word things than type things, in my opinion.
That too.
That is
I'll spend
true.
forever trying to get the message perfect, and then it'll be 2 minutes will pass and it's not even relevant anymore.
Yeah,
and someone will have to go and someone will have to go oh wait, what are you talking about?
Consider there's also delay, yeah.
Yeah.
And topic may not be relevant, so do you all still do all of you still want to watch this video with me and comment?
Yeah. I'm fine.
I mean, I take some time for me to make this video, by the way, so I kind of want to appreciate it a little bit more. So if you don't mind watching it,
no, I'm fine.
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, I was watching the stream after all,
Although, do you find this sort of video good, or is it overrated? A lot of people already do that already. So what is your opinion about this type of video genre?
I guess I'll start, but I enjoyed them. I at one point I went through a spree of just watching these kind of videos because they were new, they were funny. The AI voice into this thing is still pretty funny to me. They can be performed with all things. They can be performed well, they can be performed poorly, and this is fun. That's good.
Yeah, one of the first videos that I watched first. Right? Do you have anything to say?
I watched. I think it was a different video that was very popular. Is that a channel President's Play? Yeah. And I think these videos are hilarious. They are pretty great, and I don't know if I watched your video or someone else making President's Play Age of Empires 2, but they're pretty fun.
I feel like a lot of people already heard about these types of genre when I find it that both of you even heard of it before. Oh, that's one video that is so Minecraft. President playing Minecraft was the first video that I saw, but there was one video that is pretty funny as well called President Play War Thunder.
Finally, a good application for AI.
Yeah,
finally. Something that doesn't horrify me. It sort of does, but the whole faking things and
just silly internet things.
It's mostly silly internet things.
I rushed the cap, but now I am lost, Donald. I don't know what to do.
If there's something
Donald, I need your help.
About,
I am stuck and surrounded by the Germans.
You can print a portable train derailer with a 3D printer.
Although I could see that this defect, some sort of technology could derail a lot of people's, right? They could also generate a fake president's speech, and people would believe that it's real, and it could create some sort of fake news and stuff.
Do you know the Dark Brandon meme thing going around?
No, I don't think I'm not that frequent with memes, so do explain.
It was some weird joke where people believe that Joe Biden was evil, or maybe they didn't. I don't even know the context for it. But it's basically just evil Joe Biden. Do you know how I think it's Markiplier has Darkiplier or something like that? It's that sort of evil alter ego kind of stereotype thing. You know what I mean? It was like that, but it was it was basically a meme, and then during a speech he accidentally said well, no, he didn't accidentally. He actually said something relating to it, referencing it, and I thought that was fake, and turns out it was real because I'm just so paranoid about that kind of shit.
But
especially
so
like
you thought it was like a AI generated, but yes, it was
I
actually
thought it
real.
was like a deepfake because I'm like, no way he would say that. I guess it was just like it was so uncharacteristic and strange. So I thought that's got to be like AI generated or fake somehow, you know. But no, it was real.
I don't really get the context, but it
I
seems
don't get
fake
it.
to me. So
I
I could still believe that it's still fake. Yeah,
I
but
I just
I might need more context, and maybe you could still need more context to confirm whether or not it's real.
I'm bad at explaining, but no, it is actually real.
Is there
Don't get me
any
explain things.
articles writing about those kind of stuff?
But I can find the video for you if you really want it.
Yeah, you could share it away.
Hold on.
I'll probably write it on my stream chat if you want me to check it.
Fuck, I missed. I love this map. It reminds me of the oil we stole.
And
Hey,
there's
Joe
a lot of
Spawn,
these
already
stories
the match has started.
going around.
I'll drop it in the chat.
Wake the fuck up, Joe. I am being pushed by Vladimir.
Yo,
Sam
Donald just woke up from my
_Queenslander.
snooze.
https://youtube.be/rxawcwow_CQ.
Miss?
Oh, is it reading out the thing? I have the stream muted.
Yeah, this video was
Alright.
funny. I could also turn this off since we don't need it anymore. But still, let me check this meme video you just sent me.
I'm gonna be fine with your jokes, but I'm not sure about dark branding.
I don't even know what dark Brandon might be, so
You need the
explain it
context.
to me.
It's
Oh,
the
I've seen
context.
that.
The context is confusing.
Yeah, so maybe you spare the details, I guess.
Yeah,
But
probably.
it does look pretty real, right? Like he's putting on a shade like that. You cannot generate that using an AI, could you?
No, because he's moving his hands. So, like, I just was like, that. No way he did that, and I was like, kind of in disbelief. But it wasn't so much like, oh, it's definitely an AI doing it. There's no way it's real. It was more like, did he really do that? Is this like, you know, it's.
Speaking of shade,
I guess my point being that you know,
You can't be sure.
you can't be sure anymore.
You
Yeah,
can't be
that's what
sure
I'm
what's
saying.
real. That's the world we live in.
Yeah. It's
But
tragic.
I think then these president videos, the fake ones where they play games, might actually be good because it gets the idea into the public conscience that these voice changers, or not voice changers, these voice emulators exist. So that's pretty good.
Yeah. If anything, it makes more people aware of it.
I do have a feeling that if they make videos about president playing games like this, people would know that it's already fake, right? Because there's no way president would play like different games like Counter-Strike or Minecraft. They are too busy for that, so people would figure out that it's fake already, and people would be aware of this technology being existed, and they are actually fake, not real.
I'm gonna be real. I don't think anybody's expecting like Joe Biden to start playing Minecraft with Donald Trump anytime soon.
And
But, you know,
they're gripping.
I'm waiting for the day.
I just find it
I'm waiting
funny.
for the day the U.S. presidential election is decided by a 1v1 on lockout, no BXR.
And that one day might actually be a reality. Maybe they are actually maybe playing games would be like a cool kid thing, like a.
Next U.S. presidential election is gonna be a Halo 2 1v1. That's what it is. I believe in it.
I think when Obama was Obama was still in office, he tweeted about playing games. I think he was also tweeting about playing Call of Duty.
Yeah.
So,
but you also
Obama
is
much younger.
Yeah, but you also have Hillary Clinton, Pokemon go to the polls. You know, it's like it's very much a PR thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Obama did try very hard to be a celebrity.
I mean,
not just a president.
Things. I think the Hillary Pokemon Go things was really surreal to me. As
Pol Pot. I love that. I love that search history. Schizophrenics online. What is this search history? Ukraine Pol Pot. Schizophrenics online. ASMR. What the fuck,
What are they even trying to appeal to anymore? Like back in the days, I also played Pokemon Go, and I still play Pokemon Go even to today.
Yeah.
So it kind of feels a little bit personal. I guess they're trying to appeal to people like me.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, I think. But still, what's with the interesting search history then?
Oh, what is this? This is really old. My really old search history, by the way.
Sure, because it's your most recent searches, mate.
No, it's not recent because I kind of stopped my search history at some point. So they are just my old search history.
It's a roller coaster. Don't.
Anymore.
It's a roller coaster. I'm not really bullying you for it, right? I don't really.
But still, each people has their own interests, right? You cannot judge people by
Yeah. No. I'm sure my search history has some absolute cringe in it. I'll check now. I'll see what's in it. If I could just get like the pop down.
Yeah, I probably just say like doing the out the war or something.
mine's like so nerdy. Yeah, I'm not going to mention it. Nope.
Yeah, but I'm pretty nerdy to the point that I can't even type Japanese. So can you even blame me?
So what? You can't even type Japanese? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but I haven't downloaded the keyboard for it yet, so I cannot even type right now.
You can wait. So you're saying you can speak it, or
I could speak it, but I prefer not at the moment because that would be cringe.
Well, it's always good to like learn languages. Like just knowing more than one language. Like I'm a singular language person because I grew up in an English-speaking country, so I don't really. There's not very big push to learn another language. It's very much like you speak English. Who the fuck cares? Everyone else speaks English. It's kind of the vibe you get.
That is the difference, though, because in my country, there are a lot of Japanese firms that got exported here to Vietnam. So sometimes we do need to learn Japanese. And I kind of did have a Japanese course during my university. So it does happen to the fact that I was frequent with Japanese before by watching stuff like animes. But when I actually study Japanese, it's pretty much a whole different level because the way of how the alphabet works. So this is how Japanese alphabet works, right? They have 3 different alphabets. It's not just one.
It helps being exposed to it, to some other language or culture from another language.
Yeah,
because then you also get to know the stuff you usually don't talk in language classes.
Wait a minute. I remember it was called the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Yeah, you hear me, right? Incompetent people think they are amazing. So when I was first frequent with Japanese in anime, I think it's like a much more simpler language. Well, in terms of grammar, you might be right, but in terms of their alphabets and their characters, maybe not so much.
Speaking of grammar, I'm trying to learn Russian at the moment. I know, like, horrible, inopportune time to learn Russian, obviously, but the grammar, you know the stereotype in media of like, I am the Russian villain. I speak every 3 word. I do not English like normal person. You know, it's like they skip like words here and there. That's because Russian grammar is genuinely like that. Russian grammar,
they also do that with German, so I'm used to that.
Like all those little words in English that you have between sentences that add context of right. Like Russian's also a very passive language. You know, I mean, I know it's a bit of a war example from the war, but like artillery does not hit a location; it arrives. It's really interesting to me.
It arrives to your location. So how
it arrives, yeah, because it's reusing another word. It's not like creating another word.
Yeah, once you get, I think if you have experience with just European languages, you don't really get that. The much farther you get away from that, the more I won't say weird, but maybe different grammatical expressions you can have. And that's on the one hand, that's really cool because that's also then becomes part of the culture, and the culture acts differently because of language.
Yeah.
And it's also really hard to understand as a second or third language speaker.
Yeah. I mean, I'm nowhere near at a conversational level, so I don't really have a dog in this fight, to be honest. But actually, because you're German, I'm genuinely curious how out of every I know more than the average person does German people for some reason. You guys are everywhere on the internet. I can't escape you. Oh, but but a lot of you there's a lot of German English speakers. I thought it was Swedish people that was the most common European English speakers. Nope, it's Germans, it seems, from my personal experience.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of that we have a lot of free time and
you're all in college. You're all in college, not doing things.
Yeah, college is free here, so you pretty much pick it up here. But I think we learned it from third grade. I think now it's first grade. There's English classes. I started English in third grade, and I wasn't even really that good, but you pick it up along the way. Also because much of the internet is English, and of course we're a rich country, so a lot of people had internet access, and you just get to know it.
I do hear that Germany has a really serious work culture, isn't it not?
It depends on what you mean with serious. I think many think that Germany is very strict, and that's partly true, but it also it's not like work yourself to death, but do your work in time and then get home and do something different.
Yeah, it's like a separation between work-life balance and stuff like that. It's not just like Japanese where you work overtime, yeah.
You also get it, but it's different. It's hard to explain in one sentence.
From my understanding, there's very much a stereotype, especially in English-speaking countries, that Germans, they're so unfunny, they're so serious, they just don't get humor. German humor seems to be, from my experience, very deadpan and very straightforward. It's very much it's exceedingly deadpan.
Very much on context. So if you have a context built up, that's very funny, and then you find a lot of situational comedy in that.
It goes along well with the average sort of British sense of humor a lot more than the Americans or anywhere else.
That's I think the English comedy from the UK and such is very popular here, especially with comedy that doesn't rely on language. So Mr. Viet, for example, is very popular here I think for the same reason that Germans just like that kind of humor.
I would consider Mr. Bean the peak of British comedy, but yeah.
It's also very funny for everyone, but
what was it? I have a German friend, and him and his girlfriend, they always watch Bluey, which is an Australian kids cartoon. It's I know nothing about it, but apparently it's immensely popular overseas. And there's all these people who are grown-ass men and shit watching kids cartoons from my country that I don't know anything about, nor do I give a fuck about, and it's funny to me.
Yeah, that's seriously relatable because in Vietnam we also do watch European content a lot. Probably Mr. Bean. Probably everyone in Vietnam know Mr. Bean and stuff like that. And it just happens to it just a random stuff, but in contrary to the entire world, a lot of them play Age of Empires 2 instead of Age of Empires 1, but the Age of Empires 1 player base, it's just Vietnamese. It's like their main game, and they don't play anything else.
I mean, isn't that the joke with like Korean StarCraft players or something like that?
Yeah, it's like I guess it's like a.
No, it's Korean League of
play.
Legends players. I think it is. Isn't that the one?
Well, I guess the
Yeah,
Koreans do play a lot of different stuff. They do
Yeah?
develop like a different genre as well, like MMOs and RTS. You know, a lot of different
Okay.
genre. I mean, I guess when it comes to StarCraft, it's like an overseas product, right? It's not like a.
Yeah.
It's like a domestic.
I was really surprised when I first learned about Age of Empires 1 and how popular it was in Vietnam. And I think it
seriously, it's crazy.
goes under the radar in the West because the streams were or are mostly on Facebook. But when I found out, I checked out the streams and they had hundreds of thousands of viewers. And I think there's also a big YouTube channel that has like 1 million subscribers that just uploads Age of Empires 1 Definitive Edition and the older stuff.
So yeah,
esports.
So yeah, I mean, to those who doesn't know Age of Empires 2, I mean, Open Age Dev, you do watch Age of Empires 2, right? So I'm just gonna search this guy up. His name is Jim Sadina. He's one of the players. He's like the most successful player of Age of Empires 1 in Vietnam. So you can compare him to the Viper. So he's basically a Vietnamese Viper. So I'm just gonna show some of his content. I mean, he's still mostly playing on the original Age of Empires, but as you can see, he's also moving on into, mostly his main game is still Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires, Age of Empires 1, right? Like how the Viper it is in Age of Empires 2. But sometimes he does play different games, like moving on to Age of Empires 4, but not too much. He does play some Age of Empires 4, like how he's playing here right now. So, I mean, even with his knowledge of Age of Empires 1, he's still gonna do pretty well in different versions. So, think of him like the Viper, but in terms of Viper, we have Vietnamese Viper called Jim Sardina. So, it's very cool to go into stuff like this. I feel like, right? Different countries do have like it's different demographics.
It's interesting to see like what games are popular where and like what kind of content is most popular in which country, you know. Well, that's interesting to me.
For me, though, my childhood is Age of Empires 2. So
Open Age dev team is also by coincidence mostly German, but I think we don't have many American contributors because the game is much more popular in Europe, especially Age of Empires 2.
The sim community, or like RTS mostly, is exceedingly skewed towards European, especially English. Like this is a bit about flight sim, but like flight sim especially, there is a massive flight sim community in the UK, and
when you mentioned
like,
the Sims, I thought you.
I don't know why.
But you mentioned the Sims, the Sims made by.
No, not the Sims. The Sims 2 is popular mostly in the US, I believe, from my knowledge.
I don't play the Sims, so
I played to kill people. I locked people in swimming pools. That's all I did with it. No, but flight simulation is really big in the UK, which I find kind of funny. It's like really, really big. It's weird.
It feels kind of funny that a lot of people who play the Sims just drown people in swimming pools. But I mean, the way to grind money and in that game is kind of tedious. So people just skip the step and kill people just to take their money.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, the most fun I had in that game was
do that decision.
Yeah,
the choice.
The most fun I had in that game was like building a house, and it's like, oh, cool. The actual gameplay fucking sucks. Like, wow.
Until they add more things to it, or it still locks behind DLC. But
I don't even know.
Anyways.
I think most of the mods are, whatever. About building houses, but you know.
The concept stuff is great, I think.
Yeah,
I think with a lot of games, games with customization also oftentimes works the best, with players' interest. You do have a lot of players playing different sandbox games, and to them, it's just like if you make something you like it more, right? The IKEA effect, if you heard about it.
No, I've not
And
heard about the
I think
IKEA effect. Oh yeah.
Sims could be pretty relaxing. I don't play The Sims, and I don't think I ever have, but I can see that it appeals to another demographic that just wants to sit down, build their house, and then just look at things interacting in the game.
It's like I hate saying this, but it falls into the genre of games that have a very large like female player base, like Animal Crossing is another one.
But you still have some males playing it. I mean,
Yeah, like I'm not saying like you can't play it if you're not like one gender. It like a video game is a video game. It doesn't matter. But I just out of like a lot of games, like if you look up Sims content on YouTube, you can you can do it now, and you'll find some content from like 2014-ish, from like I think a few larger like male YouTubers, and then most of the more recent content is almost exclusively by female content creators.
Yeah, but that's fine.
I think it's fine. It's fine. I have to preface that. I have to caveat that. Yeah, obviously, it's it's completely okay.
It kind of feels like to me. It's like
I wouldn't pin your email and your password on stream.
Yeah, no, it's still gonna. But with the topic at hand, though, it's really relevant and funny that I also mentioned that my mom, kind of in the past, she played a different Facebook game, and she invited me to play like a farm. She invited me to play games like Farmville and Candy Crush, and I did try it, and sometimes I do like it. Even to this point, I still play Farmville 2, as you can see. But it's still pretty fun if you mention it that way, because some people would just discover new things when. I mean, stereotype is still stereotype, but unless you really try it, you could still discover something deep within you.
I've got a big issue where I don't really branch out with the type of games that I want to play. I don't really try to discover new games so much. I just sort of just stick to what I know, and I'm not too adventurous when it comes to that.
Oh yeah, maybe I'll show you some Farmville 2 a little bit if you don't mind.
Isn't this all these like mobile games, right? Zynga,
Facebook games.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
I just remember
still players, playing it. But Facebook game are mostly entirely dead now by the death of Flash games, I feel like, right? But different Flash games right now do have their own separate launcher, and you need to download it in order to play like different Flash games. For example, I haven't download the Flash version of this game into my desktop, so I need to download it. But yeah, with that aside, I will show this in another day.
I believe there's a launcher that compiles them all together, but yeah, Ivan.
Yeah, it's basically you need to download their launcher in order to play their games. If Flash a game that is used that used Flash in the past is dead, And whether or not I don't really know the exact reason why Adobe kind of cancel Flash. What is the exact reason?
Because Apple didn't allow it on their devices, and probably because it's a giant security nightmare to maintain. So browser maintainers weren't eager to support it either.
It's basically running a.
But I think they could add a new tools or something, or they could invent a new tool to replace Flash.
But think about the security risk of Flash, though. Like, it is basically a game running on a browser, and a browser is supposed to almost like be a bit of a barrier between the website and your computer as well, in a way.
I don't think you would know this, but there is actually something going on called WebAssembly, which gets assembly language into the web, which probably will replace most stuff that we know from embedded applications or browser applications, because it's so powerful. And this time it's actually properly secure, I believe, and properly containered. So there's that. But yeah, Flash is pretty much dead.
I don't want to think about all the sketchy like games websites I played, like fucking 2-player gun game or whatever the hell it was called on like
Flash
dual Wi-Fi or whatever.
Some Flash game was actually pretty cool. Maybe you haven't searched it enough.
There was like this one
called like there was a game that I'm still playing. I still play a bit to this day, but it was called Epic Battle Fantasy. If you have heard of it.
No, I've not.
No, never heard of it.
So yeah, but some Flash games are actually cool, but I will spare the details for now.
My Flash game experience is very different to other people because I didn't have Wi-Fi at home when Flash was really big. So by the time I started playing on like Xbox and not wanting to play games on like Flash games, I stopped playing Flash games. So my exposure to them was literally like anything that was on school Wi-Fi. Basically, it's like whatever everyone else at my school was playing. Otherwise, I just wouldn't discover new stuff. I think other people might feel the same way.
Yeah, but I also played him at school, but I also played him at home. And yeah, like I said, Germans have a lot of time on the internet. But yeah, I think I played a lot of Flash games on Congregate in 2009 and 10, when that was really big.
Oh yeah, I do really frequent on Congregate as well.
Because there you also had achievements in the games, and you could make an account and gather points. And also there were companies making pretty professional stuff on there, like Kingdom Rush is I don't know.
Kingdom Rush can turn into a mobile game now.
Tower defense game, very, very popular, very good. Which I think you can buy it now in Steam because they remade it in Unity, and also for Android and Apple. But that started as a Flash game, and it was really popular and really good.
Yeah. I still
remember when
Kingdom
Unity
Rush.
was.
I played it a lot.
Do you remember when Unity was like the shitty mobile game, like soft, like not soft. What's the word? What is Unity, like Unreal game engine? Yeah, that's it. When it was like the shitty one that you saw like those bad like mobile games being made with. You know what I mean?
There's still very beautiful games being made from Unity.
Unity's like not. It's not bad. It's from what I understand, it's pretty good like game engine, but
I feel like it's like Python as like a programming language. If you don't know Python, it's like a very easy language that beginners can go into. Although you could build like a very complicated like a software model using Python. Like you can actually generate algorithm out of that because it has been supported by a lot of people, and people build libraries with it, right? But still, the product that comes with Python varies in terms of quality because beginners also use it.
Yeah.
I think the problem with Unity was that if you had a free version, you were required to include the little Unity stuff when you.
Oh, your voice is kind of cutting out.
Okay, that's not me. Okay, that's not me.
Together.
Yeah.
So
your
internet
was dying.
You do hear his voice was cutting off, on and off, right?
Am I still there?
You're still here. Your internet was just shitting itself just a little bit. But you were talking about how the if you had the free version, you had to include the logo and.
Oh yeah, and so I think it was more like a a PR issue that all the free games that were cobbled together by some people in their free time showed the logo, and the professional games wouldn't. So you didn't see the good stuff, or you didn't notice the good stuff because it had to. They didn't need to include the Unity logo.
Yeah, exactly. So that's probably what do many engines require you still show the logo nowadays? Does Unity still require you to do that, or is it? Sorry, I'm having a stroke here. Even if you pay for it now, don't you have to show the logo for like a lot of engines?
I don't think so. I think Unity stopped it for exactly that reason that I told you, and Unreal Engine just requires you to pay a lot of money once a game gets popular, but you can do whatever. And what else? Most of the smaller engines are now open source, free software, so you don't have to worry about anything. And that's actually a problem for financing these things, because there are many games that get a lot of traction and get a lot of money, but the engine team behind it, they might have a Patreon and get $1,000 a month.
Yeah. I can lost my train of thought. Back to the like the logo, like when you start up a game, right? Did you play much like console games open?
I don't have a console.
Did you ever own a console?
I own a PlayStation 2 because Age of Empires 2 was on there, and I had to try out the version. And I also
are you saying that Age of Empires 2 existed in console before?
Yeah, it was on the PlayStation 2.
I believe there's Age of Empires on Xbox
now. It was
now,
ported by Konami, and it doesn't even have the Conqueror's expansion. It's just Age of Kings.
No
playing
way.
Age of Kings. Yeah.
No way. I never heard of it before. That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of like older RTS games were on like PlayStation or Xbox 360, but nobody really knew about them.
And you
could
play
it with
mouse
how
and
do you
keyboard.
play Age of RTS game on console? Like it should be impossible by the limitations, right?
It's doable. Usually the camera just changes from like a cursor that you can move around with your mouse to like having like a fixed center cursor, and you just how the camera moves changes is usually how it's done. But back to what I was saying, but there was always this logo when you start up a game. It was almost always 100% of the time when you're on Xbox 360. I don't know if it's still on Xbox One. But it'll be like Dolby Digital Audio or something like that. It would always be there every time, like without fail. It was just there. It was just one of those things that would be like, "Yep, I'm playing a game from XYZ era or whatever."
And Microsoft kind of bought the Age of Empires franchise, so it's kind of got decent support. There will be a decent support in the future, right, for console.
I believe there's an Age of Empires game on Xbox One that you can play. Don't quote me on this. It's Age of Empire. It's one of the Age of Empire games that has like the fucking like the sports car that's like really overpowered, right?
Yeah,
there's like a joke in it.
I mean, in both Age of Empires 2, 1, and 3 also have it. Yeah. So I don't know which version you're talking about, because both 3 Age of Empires has it.
Okay, well, I don't know. Well, there's a version of Age of Empires on console. That's my point, that you can play today. My brothers were playing it together at one point and were screaming at each other very loudly because of it. So, There's Age of Empires on console. I don't know how fun it is to control, but you know.
I'm designing some sort of canyon over here. But,
Yeah, a canyon even.
Concentration. Yeah, as you can see, the region in Perion is a bit peculiar to a lot of people.
I think opens
It's like this game is like a side-scrolling game, so you need to adapt to the plane of existence, I guess.
No, it'd be isometric. That's what the perspective would be. Side scrolling would be like Super Mario Bros. Oh, are you talking about? Oh wait, no, you're talking about Maplestory.
Yeah. Maybe
Oh,
I share the
okay.
screen to you because there will be a delay between the stream.
Yeah. Sorry, I was tabbed out for like a split second. So.
Although sharing screen on Discord is a bit harder because it only focuses on
the quality will be garbage.
But yeah, maybe you need to check my stream
Don't
because
worry,
I do go often between tabs, and Discord cannot do that.
Yeah, you can share screens individually, but that shows everything, and sometimes you don't want
Checking
everything.
the stream is fine, actually.
Yeah, the only issue is when you're watching a video and I speak and then I hear myself. But that's about it. Otherwise, just leave it muted. Can't you just no clip it there, or do you have to adhere to them?
Sorry, what was your question again?
Do you have to can you no clip items places, or do you have to adhere to the
you can
red yellow thing?
You can no clip item placement. You can freely place them like so, but if you do that, it will disrupt the pathfinding. So I would prefer to avoid that.
I find it really interesting how this game does the two. It's I believe it's isometric perspective, but how you can do little tricks with how it's 2D and you can having 2D graphics.
I mean, a lot of people still adhere to the fact that you need to obey, the law of placement. But for me, I'm kind of more a free form kind of guy.
I find it interesting how you showed that thing earlier with the trees, how you just stack them, just place them in a line next to each other, and it looked like they were really tall, but it was actually just. It's actually just a line of trees.
It does look like an awesome tree.
Yeah, it's just cool to me.
What type of I mean, we are still discussing about RTS, so can you say what type of game of RTS have you two both played before?
A lot of open speak since he's been quiet, and I'm gonna force him to chat.
I play pretty much anything that is RTS, and that's a lot. But mostly Age of Empires or the other Age games. Everything from Ensemble I played, except Age of Empires 3. I didn't really get into that. Rise of Nations was pretty cool. Probably my favorite multiplayer game. And I don't know if many people remember that, but it's actually really good. It's a mix of Civilization and Age of Empires. And,
So do you play Empire Earth before? Because it kind of seems to me that Rise of Civilization kind of sounds like Empire Earth in a way, right?
Empire Earth 1, that I think that came out in 2000 with that 3D engine. Oh yeah, I think nowadays it would look like crap, but I remember it very fondly.
Crap nowadays, yeah.
Has a very distinct 2000 era 3D look.
Yeah.
That is pretty fun too.
Yeah. I know you said Rise of Nations. I saw that a while ago. I was like, that's kind of interesting, but I didn't really grow up in that kind of game, and especially even games that I grew up playing, but I didn't really remember. I go back to now, it's like, oh wow, this is kind of crap. I struggle to play a lot of older retro games because I'm so used to the spoiled by newer games. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. so I struggle to go back and play anything older.
I can recommend trying it, not specifically Rise of Nations, but older games, because it's just often it's more fun than you think it is, and a lot of older games are much more mature than you would think, even though they are sometimes weird.
Yeah.
I remember playing Deus Ex 10 years after it came out. So I think when it came out, I was 5 or so. So I played it 10 years later. And that was really a really great experience, even if the game controls weirdly from a modern perspective.
Yeah.
Even something like Civ 3.
I mean,
That's really good.
Deus Ex was a really mature game, all things considered, right?
Yeah.
It has
I
a
do just
mature theme in mind, so
I
if
do
you play
just love.
as a child, then you might not
Yeah.
get all the details of when you was a child.
Yeah. I do just love that period where video games didn't know how they were supposed to be controlled. I just find that funny. Like it's like I open it because I have a few Xbox 360 games. Sometimes, well, not as much now as I used to. I'd chuck like an old 360 game that was backwards compatible with my Xbox One into my Xbox, and just like I'd open it up and I go, "Oh Jesus Christ, these controls are awful." Because game devs just didn't know. Like you can't change the keybinds as well, which is a really nice feature of a lot of modern games. You can just change the keybinds even if you're on console. And it's like, oh, I get like 2 controls presets. Oh. And it's like, who the fuck thought this was okay? How am I supposed to play this?
I mean, there's a lot of argument that old games were shitty, right?
But a lot of that gets mitigated by just playing old console games on PC.
Yeah, obviously.
Sometimes,
console games.
If it works. I don't know if that works with 360 era games.
Yeah,
most of them were ported, I think.
Yeah. I mean, the bigger issue is that game devs, like even if they've got kind of a crap control scheme on PC, you can make it work because most of the time it's just WSD.
Yeah.
And like left click, that's all you really need. But like on console, there's not much way to mitigate it. It's like if it's binded weirdly, there's not much you can do. It's just like, I've got to get used to this. And I heard you mention like you played by anything by Ensemble. The only thing I've really played a lot of by Ensemble was Halo Wars because that was on console.
Yeah, that's on 360. There's actually 2 games, Halo Wars 1 and 2.
I didn't play the second one that much, to be honest.
Okay. And I never played it, but I wanted to play it because it was by Ensemble. I think it was console exclusive, or it came out on PC much later.
I believe you can play the Halo Wars 2 on PC. Not sure about the first one.
I have to look that up now. Halo Wars.
Halo Wars 2 isn't developed by Ensemble because didn't Ensemble go out of business?
Yeah, they were. I think Microsoft actually closed their whole PC section, PC games. Everything was scrapped.
Yeah.
And then I think the remnants of Ensemble made the Age of Empires Online thing. It was
on PC you can play on PC you can play the original Halo Wars. It's specifically the Definitive Edition. It's got
Steam.
It's on Steam. I'm machine through the Xbox app because I've got Game Pass, so I can like play all the EA shit without having to buy it again.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah, but speaking of Age of Empires 3, speaking of Age of Empires Online, it was a flop though, and it was even more ironic that in the game files, Age of Empires Online was mentioned as Age of Empires 4.
And I can tell you why it flopped, because it was. I played it
online, you know. It was all about
fucking expensive.
It was pay to win. If I recall correctly.
Because I played the beta version of that, and that was very fun because you could just play the game like normal, and you didn't really have to pay for everything. But as soon as it it came out, everything was monetized, and I think the campaigns cost $20.
Even monetize the campaign.
And what
Oh,
is
God.
that for getting the full game? You had to spend maybe $200. That was just too much. Then I played it never again, even though the game is actually pretty good. And there's even, I think there was a project that
I was about to mention
made
that. Yeah.
that made it available as not only a single player but also as a standalone game that you could play. I don't remember the name exactly, but it does exist, and you can still play the thing. But I never have, because I was burned by the developers. Or not really by the developers. I'm sure that was Microsoft's decision to monetize it so much.
But it was cool that some kind of project like that got existed and got to actual development, though, even though the traction of that such of a project didn't really take off because Age of Empires Online was unpopular in the first place. So not really like a lot of people want to play Age of Empires Online anymore, even with a private server that they are making with that mod project. Even though I guess you could still play all offline, but there's still some online component that they should open like a private server, if I recall correctly.
I think you can do that. I think there is a private server. I just maybe I have to Google it. Age of Empires.
There was
Online.
this period of time where a bunch of like basically mostly single player games had like weird online phases. Like I think the biggest example of this is The Sims had an online version.
Oh yeah, SimCity had that too.
SimCity.
SimCity did have that. I would love a co-op city builder. Like if City Skylines was co-op, I would absolutely I'd love that.
I mean, City Skylines is still not built for co-op at the first place. But
I know.
Every City builder game, I feel like doesn't need the co-op element.
I know, but it'd be nice to be able to build something with a friend. I think it'd be really nice to have a city that you and a friend built together.
Yeah, I could still see that though, but it needs to be like an optional mode and like
it needs to be an option, not required. Yeah, you'd also have to. It would also have to be not handled well. Idea? I mean, fucking Prison Architect has a co-op mode. It's actually really fun.
Hold on, I just had an idea. There's an idea here now, floating on my head, because in this map there's also an Asian civilization called the Sharanian.
Yeah, I heard you about this.
For this map and Maplestory lore, there's like an Asian civilization called Sharanian.
So you said they were kind of like Roman-like?
Yeah, they are Romans.
I think it's a play on like the Byzantines or like the Persians, like Sharanian, like Iranian Persian.
That sounds like Iranian civilization or Mesopotamian.
It sounds like Iranian. Iran is like Persian is Iranian, so.
It kind of looks like it. Their structure right here kind of looks like a.
It could definitely be a play on the Byzantines, I reckon.
It could be, yeah. It could
like
be.
with the Eastern Roman Empire, that is. That's probably what it is. It's a combination of that and the Persians, maybe.
Yeah, I mean look at the columns and how they are structured.
Yeah,
looks like kind of screams.
Is that? I don't know if the game devs researched enough to know if that's Greek or like a Italian sort of like column design, because that's a thing you can tell apart.
It is kind of a thing with fantasy themed world, though. They kind of mix everything up together, and it creates some sort of unique concept.
Yeah, I know. Like, it could either be intentional or it could be completely unintentional. That's what I'm saying, though. Maplestory. I heard making making fun of Maplestory. Like, I know like nothing about it. It's kind of before my time.
That's the thing, though, because the main game is pay to win right now. But there is a lot of private server, old school private server that is still roaming
We're,
around.
we're talking about Maplestory here, or are we talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about Maplestory here.
Okay, because I know nothing about it.
Yeah, I mean,
I remember
the game devs
the
kind
art
of turn
style
the
very
shit
distinctively.
Doesn't it? I'm gonna be honest. Looking at it, just kind of just screams like that was the origin of modern gacha games. Like you know the like gacha life crap. You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, originally it doesn't look that anime though.
It doesn't look that. Yeah, no.
Like the
A
anime
lot
aesthetics.
of older free-to-play games are like that. They work like maybe gacha is a further development of that, where you don't really have the extremely obvious monetization, but just the collection part.
Yep.
I mean, it kind of looks like this with the limited sprite that are present in
it's definitely unique in the fact that it's like that kind of art style, but with the pixel art as well. Is it pixel art or is it just limited like like sprites or whatever? Whatever you said.
It is actually pretty limited on terms of, but there's still like some kind of pixel, you know. I guess on the characters only, but you can see the environment is there's a lot more details to it, so you could say that it's pixel art by design.
Yeah.
But the pixel art aspect of it though is still makes it very unique. You can tell it from apart from different MMOs. You know, with a lot of MMOs that is on the 3D planes back in the days, they were really low quality, right? And you could tell by its age. But games like this tends to evolve.
I mean, I feel like we all I feel like you and Open kind of grew up playing very much like RTS strategy games. Like I grew up playing FPS games. Halo was the thing I played a lot of. It's mostly just Halo. Almost exclusively Halo, let's be honest.
It's always Halo. I think if you had a 360, you always played Halo.
The first two shooters I ever played was Battlefield 2 Modern Combat, a specific version of Battlefield 2 just for the Xbox 360, and I think you can get it on PC as well now. I'm not sure. It had like a hot swap feature, and it had like a campaign. It's been so long since I played it. I kind of want to go back and see how it plays now, but and it was Halo 3.
I remember seeing that in a magazine. I saw that. That was actually, I think that
you saw that in a magazine ages ago.
Or
was this recently?
No, it was ages ago. There was a magazine that reviewed games, and they also reviewed console games.
I want those game review magazines back. They were so cool.
So I would inevitably see some console games. So what was that? Halo on console, and Resistance for PlayStation 3, I think, was pretty popular back then. That was in the 2010s or late 2000s.
Yep.
What was that? Weird PlayStation game that they always used for good graphics.
No clue.
They invade other planets and the enemies look like they have red eyes and.
Your internet's gone.
No.
Goodbye, Open. Just Wi-Fi. It was nice knowing you.
Back.
Jokes aside, but
you're back. You're back.
Maybe I will I will turn off the second stream I have open from Dewey for some reason.
That could be it. That could be it.
Well, that will make things better, I hope.
By
the way, I posted the link to the project about Age of Empires Online in your Discord. In interesting
That's
things.
very cool. Thanks for doing that.
It's called Project Celeste.
Oh yeah, Project Celeste. I recall the name now because I did actually check it out, believe it or not. So it was really cool, but there's still some leftover online component, as I said.
Yeah.
But speaking of Age
It
of
is
Empires, though, I'm kind of designing some sort of a ruin right now, like some sort of a abandoned building.
Yeah, I can see what you've done.
Very, in a really clever way, though. Can you imagine what it is?
Using those little like tower obelisk kind of like monument things to like make the wall.
Yeah, so I kind of use the obelisk that what was it?
Yeah, and then you have like the Washington
Estelle,
Monument or whatever in the corner for the building.
Some sort of Washington Monument, yeah, to create some sort of walls. Or maybe I could even create like a bigger walls using this sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, but
maybe I just
back to
drop this and it looks more
Thing
authentic.
right now, it looks a bit like a sacrificing pit where you go up these stairs and then throw someone in there. Don't know if that's just me.
I think it might just be you. I thought it was like a guard tower built into a piece of rock.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of imagine
Oh,
it's
then
like
maybe it's open up
tower
to
and stuff
interpretation.
like
It's
that.
open to interpretation.
Up to interpretation.
I have
guess.
two sides: sacrifice pit, guard tower. But back to what you were saying earlier, open about game magazines. I never got any as a kid. Like I rarely could ever get my hands on one. So whenever my it sounds like I'm talking about porno mags here. No, but game magazines actually. I was like I just couldn't convince my parents to buy them for me. So it's like if they ever did buy me one, I was like oh, and I'd like read over it like 10 times for stuff that was out of date by like months.
Speaking of game magazine,
I love those. I want them to come back though.
I mean, speaking of them, right? Back in the days, well, we don't even have that in Vietnam, as it was like a developing country. And and back then, during 2006, my dad kind of bought me a pirated CD of Age of Empires 3, and he was like a really big Age of Empires fan as well, as he introduced me to the franchise.
I love that it's a pirated CD as well. He bought a pirated CD.
Yeah, as if it was normal, because it was the norm here. You cannot buy the official release, of course.
Yeah, you don't buy the game, you buy the pirated version.
You cannot even buy the original. Like.
Yeah, I know, but it just the idea makes me laugh though.
But back then I was playing Age of Empires 3 with minimum settings on 10 FPS or something, but I was loving the game to the death. Just because
it was your game. You were happy. On my shitbox laptop that I have somewhere in my room, I think it's on the floor in my bag, but yeah, I would my house flooded for a period of time. So this was before I had my PC, and I didn't have anywhere to play games. So what I'd do is I'd basically hunch over in a dining chair on a drawer, on like a desk drawer at like someone else's house, playing Men of War Assault Squad on like the lowest possible graphics. It ran surprisingly on my this HP laptop I have. And because
that's dedication.
It's dedication. It ran at like 30 FPS. I was surprised, honestly. It got really warm, but you know, like it worked and it didn't overheat. So you know, and in the end, the lesson learned is now I'm still living with the back pain I have from doing that for like a month straight, because I had nothing else to do, and now my back is still fucked from it, and I'm kind of mad at myself.
Just ask your parents, or maybe it is kind of forbid. Your parents kind of forbid you from playing, too much video games, right?
My house flooded. I couldn't do anything. There was nothing I could do. I wasn't at my house.
Mm-hmm.
My house was underwater, and then it was like in disrepair, and so I couldn't be at my house. I didn't have anything to do all day. I was living away from where I went to school, so I didn't even go to school. So yeah,
it must have been sucker living under
it was
that condition.
It was okay. like we had a place to stay. It was okay, but it wasn't ideal either because I didn't have anything to do really. It was just play video, like this idea of like video games all day all the time. Like it sounds fun at first, but it really fucking isn't.
Oh, by the way, Gabo, thanks you so much for following my channel.
I guess it's like when you have all this time to do
Thank you
things.
so much.
When you don't have all this time, when you don't have a lot of time, it's like, oh man, I'd love nothing more than to just sit around and do nothing productive, or like just do nothing all day.
Just chatting
But when
away
you
like this, but you
do
can,
that all the time, you realize,
free to
man,
chime in.
I want something to do. Like, that isn't this. I'd rather like work
open
even. Like,
take to speech right at this moment,
Yeah.
so you can chat away.
It's maybe it's not even about just having to do one things, but also having the option to do other things.
Yeah.
Even if you don't do them, but you know that you're not confined in your in your corner in the room, sitting on your chair. Just knowing that you can do something different helps.
I only had like one game to play that was that I knew anyone that would play, so it was just like I just did that, and that was all I could do all day. And it was like, cool, wake up, play this with a few people that I knew, and yep. But now I have an actual PC, and I play the video game.
Oh, hello, Gabro or Gabro.
Yeah, say hi to everyone in the
following.
chat.
I think
he just followed.
Yeah, okay.
He just followed the channel, so yeah, say hi to Open Age and Queenslander.
Hello. But yeah.
Jokes aside, Open Age, do you have an actual name or an username that we got a reference to?
On GitHub, you can find me as Heine Zen. There I do all the stuff I do for OpenAge, and you can also call me just Chris, because that's my channel name. And I think you can see my full name on GitHub, but you don't have to go there. You can just call me Chris.
Don't worry, I'm not going to try to.
Or OpenAge is also fine because
I don't think
it's
GitHub
an official account.
I don't think GitHub is actually linked to the account. It's not on like the account bio or anything like that.
Oh no, it's just it should actually point to our project profile.
There's just nothing on the account. It's just an empty account.
Yeah.
There's no like bio or about me or whatever the hell.
Blank slide. I think I also used one of my older personal accounts and rebranded them to OpenAge. So yeah, there's that. It's not we're not a professional dev team. We're just doing this for fun. So
yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely like a charm to doing something for fun over like like things happen slower, but you know, like often the content you get out is well, not content what you get out of it's a lot like better in some ways.
For me though, it kind of feels that if you do something for fun, it just kind of feels like you're not obligated into doing something just to force it, you know. Probably you would find burnout in your quality of work.
It's an experience, and a shared experience even. I mean, just the stuff we're doing right now, talking on stream, that's part of it, and that's pretty fun.
It's advertising, is
mostly,
it?
I feel like mostly creative work needs to have something personal or fun related at hand before. I mean, even before it becomes like a profitable work to you, it has to be something that genuinely fun for you to
interest
do.
you. Yeah, I mean, what's the saying? Like I know there's a saying, and I don't exactly believe it's true, but you know, find a job you love, and you'll never work a day in your life. You know what I mean? But
that's true.
It's not true because obviously it'll be a job, and you'll soon start to be like, man, I just don't want to do this because you have to do it. But like with a passion, there's definitely.
By the way, that quote was from Aristotle. I kind of remember it.
It was from Aristotle. I heard it from my dad, so it's actually my dad's quote. Obviously.
Well,
No,
obviously,
but
your dad was referencing Aristotle.
well, obviously he was. You know much about Aristotle?
Yeah, I do read a lot of Aristotle quote.
I saw the quote of the day. It was actually from Aristotle himself. But yeah.
Yeah. The point is to do things that you want to do.
Yes. Do that, folks. That's your
And
life lesson.
To find some fun in what you do, because you only have one life. Might as well have some fun.
Yeah.
While it's not over.
I mean, but you have if being a bit more like Doomerish, you have a lot of people that go like, "Oh, I'm working so hard so I can do X, Y, Z," you know, so I can like live later. You know what I mean? I work hard now, I'll live later, but they never stop working. They never stop.
Oh yeah,
because it's like the classic example is like, you know, someone who has a career their whole life and they never end up having kids, or they never like spend much time with family because, you know, they're always like away trying to, you know, really grind, you know, like.
Yeah, you can do that, but I think then it also
you gotta know
becomes
when to
very
stop.
hard to relax, yeah, and to stop and to do your actual vacation, or then what's this when you go into pension, or so then yeah, can't do the stuff that you always wanted to do because you're still in the work mindset.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Another
Keep
thing
your balance.
Yeah. Another thing that needs to be said is don't let your work cup follow you home if it doesn't have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you get an email from your work, but you're not obligated to answer it because you're not on the clock, then don't fucking answer it, you know? There's a lot of stuff like that, in my opinion, that definitely needs to be taught to people, or people need to be more aware of, at least.
Yeah.
I mean,
or
it's not
at
just a
least don't do it for
lifestyle.
free.
Yeah.
I don't think it's not even just related to the lifestyle, because Napoleon once said, it's referencing from a quote from Napoleon, like he was saying something like, dress me slowly, I'm in a hurry, to one of his servants, because when it comes to your quality of work, you need to do it slowly but surely, right?
Yeah.
And for it kind of applies to lifestyle as well. Sometimes you need to live a little bit slow for you to be able to think. Right, that's what I think.
Yeah, I think it comes like the whole stress thing as well, you know. Like, they'll just don't overwhelm yourself, because stress is not fun. Like shocker. Like, I know, newsflash, this is revolutionary, but stress isn't fun. So, you know, you definitely want to avoid being stressed and overworking yourself, because you're always in a hurry, because you're always rushing, because you're always trying to get like, I've got to get this done, I've got to get this done. You know.
That's true, and I mean, in his lifetime, Napoleon kind of conquered the entire Europe after all.
Yeah, very busy man. I'm sure he was very stressed, but you know. Like, I think out of anyone, that kind of gives, you know, you a bit of a right to make a stance on that kind of issue, I guess.
Derived from his own experience, it's more like, I would think.
I mean, but if you live a stressful life, then you are definitely a voice of authority or reason on, like, having to worry about, like, hurrying and, you know, that whole sort of, like, take your time with your work as well kind of thing. I think that's just, it gives a bit of merit to it.
That's true.
Because it's one thing to say something, but it's another to actually, you know, live your life by it, or have, you know, things that would back it up, I guess.
Kind of like have a backup plan in case if you're in this kind of changing world, right? Sometimes
Well, it's always good to have a backup plan.
Sometimes you could lose your job. I mean, I lost my job once before, and I need to get another job now. But
What
with
what
that
what did you used to
aside,
do, if you don't mind me asking?
I is still working on a software engineer, but I'm looking for another software engineer job.
Uh-huh.
So I need to get another job on the market, but I need to look for countless interviews and stuff like that. Still haven't found like a chance yet. But
We'll
with
get
that
around to it
aside,
some
I
point.
feel like with a lot of I'm still young, but if you have some sort of finance, you need to have like a second. You have to have like a second backup plan, right? Like maybe you could invest in something, be it land or stock or something like that, just to
I
have
mean,
like
if you have
a
the money to invest in land's
diversify
absolutely
your.
amazing to invest in.
Don't have
If
a
you know,
yeah.
the economy, like, what's that? Like, I don't have access to that. Like, you know.
I guess it depends on the country.
Investing is just, it takes a lot of money and a lot of experience. And
kind of true, yeah.
if you have that kind of money, you probably would need to invest in the first place. So,
Yeah. It's not good to, like, if you have a lot of money, it's not good to have it just sitting there. Because you can always make more money, I guess, is the lesson.
That's more, as a lot of people say, it could be hustle culture, but well, you could do whatever you want with your money. Either you could spend it, either you could spend it carefully, or either you could use the money to generate more money, I guess, when you actually know how to do it, of course. Or you could like to invest in yourself. I guess that would be the safest, possible option.
or you could buy video games and play them.
Wow.
Sometimes.
Well, sometimes you still need to, invest in yourself in the terms of you distressing yourself, right?
I have to
yeah.
justify every video game purchase I make to myself. I have to I like debate it for a week. Like, should I buy this? Should I not? Should I buy this? Should I not? And when I buy it, I go, was it really worth it? And then because I really enjoy it, I'll have like 50 hours in it like already, and like I won't be able to refund it. I'll be like, man, I made the wrong purchase decision because this other thing went on sale. It's like,
oh yeah, like in these reviews who have 2,000 hours of Europa Universalis 4 and says, oh, this is not worth your money anymore. It's just the game keeps getting worse.
I'll put my hours in Armor 3. I spent $60 on Armor 3 and I have nearly 1,700 hours in it. So I got this PC back in April of last year, so we are. Yeah, 1,700 hours in one game. Over
I
a year
don't
and a
think
bit.
I have any game I played any game that much. A
Thing
very
is,
variety type of gamer.
I only play a few things, but I usually play them a lot. That's kind of how I play.
Now that I think about it, gentlemen, I'm kind of designing something here. So, how do you find this idea of a cave looks like?
Yeah,
I find it cool
I've been
with like the
looking at
towers
it.
there. Yeah, I've been staring at it the whole time while
Yeah,
chatting.
yeah. Very good. Very
Congratulations.
scenic. Maybe you
like
can
something.
adjust the terrain height a little bit, but
I'll go here on a date, turn out the candles in the cave, disappear into the darkness,
Oh yeah, speaking of that, I need to copy something from my older map, so just hold on for a second.
Holding on.
I do have a lot of old maps that I developed, so
Make sure you save it. Make sure you save.
Copy from there, yeah. I always say,
Okay, cool.
That's modified. Where's the
Just making
map?
sure.
Oh yeah, Taste of Tinevere. So here's the thing, Rush. I kind of lost all my save files, but thanks to the power of Discord, I managed to at least recover it a little.
Yay! Woo!
I kind of shared my maps to a lot of people, at least privately, so at least I still managed to get it back from them.
But always do backups.
Yeah, but backups are effort, and I don't care.
This map, by the way, it's pretty fucking huge. It is like a huge RPG project that I was developing, but it's now currently on limbo.
Jesus, there's a lot here.
There's a lot, yeah. There's like a whole cutscene. There's like a whole movie cutscene and stuff like that. But
is there anything I should actually back
that
up?
aside, I do have a lot of different stuff that I pre-designed with this map, so I just copied something out there. You see that there's like a wall design and there's like actual door design you can see in this part of the map. You can see that I do have a fireplace in this place, and this like a table, set of tables. Looks very impossible when it comes to Age of Empires 2, possibilities, right? But this is how
I must say, you have a very good attention to detail from what I've seen. I would not seen everything, of course, but it's so detailed what you do.
I would do half of it and call it a day, or less than.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm autistic, but I'm just focused.
You're artistic. You're artistic with an ART, like artsy, you know, not.
Also, here's a treasure chest.
Ooh,
it's pretty fun. Oh yeah, I could show you the treasure chest. It's across the map. So here's one. Here's one treasure chest. Here's two treasure chests. Oh yeah, it's pretty late in Australia, right? So
it is almost 3 a.m. and
no, you still be able to talk.
For me, it's like
early
light
morning.
of day here.
Actually, no, not early morning for you. Yeah, it would be. Fuck. I had a German mate, and so I had actually would be the correct term. Yes, I had past tense. So the German time zone sort of vaguely stuck in my head a little.
I must say, the power of internet, right? It's very
5 p.m. ish. My time is like 7 or like 6 for you, like really early morning. Not really early, sorry. Actual normal morning time. Fuck.
Oh yeah. What do you think about this hanging bridge?
It's kind of reminds me a bit of Stalker for some reason. I don't know why.
Stalker.
Oh, this hanging bridge. Oh, I thought you were talking about like the duck boards over the road. No, I like the hanging bridge is nice.
Oh yeah, there was a little bit of street delay. So yeah, this
really,
bridge,
really
but,
good.
This I do think this platform things looks really good as well. I tried to improve it a lot.
It's kind of like very put to get like haphazardly, kind of like lived in kind of thing.
Also, the scenery is so good.
It's so pretty. There's so much green shit.
The bridge, but all the other things that make it look real.
Yeah, you could not tell. Like, I would not believe this was Age of Empires if I didn't like already recognize that rock prop from the 3,000 times you placed it before today. Like,
I think it's surreal, but that's what I do. I kind of want to do surreal things to the point that is autistic. I feel.
Yeah. Have you ever played City Skylines? Because I feel like you'd really enjoy that kind of game.
I did play City Skyline a lot before, actually.
I've been getting back into it recently. I've been having a lot of fun with it. The only thing that kills me.
I kind of got a City Skyline for free in Epic Games, but it's a problem if you try to download more for. If you play on Epic Games, yeah.
I'm gonna admit a little secret. I bought it on Steam, but then I kind of pirated the DLCs because I'm not paying Paradox money.
That's true. always Paradox games, alright.
The DLCs, they're like, fuck, I'm not paying for the DLCs. I already paid $60 for the full game. I don't want to pay 100 extra for like the fucking all the what do you call it? Custom. Let's try not custom. What's the word? To just give the game a little like another playthrough or so, Because a lot of these games are really bare bones without the DLC. Like Hearts of Iron, I think is the worst example of it. Hearts of Iron is horrible.
Yeah.
EU4 is also pretty bad. Because they port features to the non-DLC game, but then only half of it, and then the novel game just becomes broken because you don't have the DLC. That is actually the most gummiest thing I've seen so far. But,
Paradox usually isn't too scummy with their DLC, thankfully.
Oh well.
Sometimes
I used to play console. Ubisoft and EA are big names, all right. Like,
oh yeah.
so
They
my
might go
standard
worse.
on what's scummy with DLC is much lower, I guess.
Also,
Ubisoft
Square
before,
Enix
yeah,
and their
it makes
in-game
sense.
single-player DLC for Deus Ex 4, that was really bad. Or I think EA did this too with Dead Space 3.
I like
Yeah,
I played a tiny bit.
microtransactions.
I played a tiny bit of Dead Space 3, but I stopped because it was, I don't know, I just stopped. I think I actually just rage quit at the game and just never opened it again. There's a lot of games, like, because I played it through backwards compatibility. I had an Xbox, I had a copy of it for Xbox 360. I don't know why. I have no clue why I had a copy of Dead Space 3, considering I never once ever remember buying it, but I do.
Also, by the way,
yeah.
What do you think about this area?
Dude, it's fucking, bro, it's like fucking so
Wait,
overkill.
I have to wait until the screen catches up.
A little bit delayed.
Oh.
So,
Okay. Oh, the courtyard. I like the courtyard.
Yeah, pretty good.
This is gonna be sounding really dumb, but the only thing I don't like, what if it starts raining? That whole bit's gonna flood.
Alright, let me just share the stream with probably.
No. We see the courtyard. The courtyard. It's timed up. It's timed.
Now you can watch through Discord. I feel like it's more important.
What's I don't know. The Discord streams usually fit themselves.
Yeah, probably better to watch it stream.
Yeah, it's not loading. It's probably just gonna kill your bandwidth. I wouldn't do it actually, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do consider it maybe could kill my bandwidth, but
might also kill my audio again because of the second stream.
Yeah, if you move the camera, I can feel like the stream.
Right?
But yeah,
I mention it.
Yeah, but it's pretty good, and I don't know how you do this, but it's it looks like a pretty real town square that you would imagine if you made like I don't know, if you imagined it, how it would look like. That comes pretty close, I think.
So yeah, I kind of got inspired from I guess I kind of got inspired from Age of Empires 1, town square in the terms of graphics of town center.
Oh yeah, that also looks like this, but more compact.
It looks
Isn't
like it looks like
yeah, it had
the
a
Babylonian
thing in the
town
middle.
center, I feel like.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's very
Oh,
the
man,
architecture.
Age of Empires 1.
The architecture is kind of really interesting here because it's a combination of like it looks kind of Greek or Roman, and then you have that house over there that's to, I guess, just up and to the left. The house, I don't know if the stream's gonna catch up, but it's got like that kind of French or like English mainland European like white walls lumber kind of build to it.
So this region was I guess I got inspired by Venice and tried to build this region.
Yeah,
that looks like Venice. But
it does look quite Greek in a lot of the architecture.
Also,
I really like it.
the harbor that you showed just before
this
thing
place.
to see. Wait, let me catch up.
Because this was inspired by Venice, and this whole region is on. It's close to Iberian, or it was along the Pyrenees. Right?
I like the kind of.
It's kind of between France and Spain in a way.
I like the Gothic castle there, because it's very like mainland like French, like maybe French or German kind of architecture with that Gothic style of castle, and then you have the which contrasts really hard with the Mediterranean buildings and the much more Mediterranean fort just slightly to the side of it, down a little.
Yeah. Thing is the attention to detail makes it look so believable that it's very fun to look at, even if you're not playing this scenario like now.
Yeah. You could tell me this is a place in like southern France or northern Italy and I'd believe you.
Although
Okay.
you don't really find it
Well,
looks pretty unnerving for a gothic kind of buildings like this to look apart from those different Italian or Frankish structures.
I think it's just a nice contrast.
Somehow it kind of blends in. I don't know.
It contrasts well. It's like how like sure, like say you have like something that's completely blue. Say you have like a blue box, and then in that blue box you have a smaller orange thing. Those two colors contrast well. The sure, it's gonna be very noticeable, the orange, the small bit of orange, but it's gonna look good.
Yeah,
It's like that kind of idea.
Yeah. When I first designed this place, I kind of had that idea as well. So, just want to ask you whether or not you agree with me or not.
I do.
Yeah. And the thing I was trying
this place, I want to show you this place. So, maybe there still need to be a little bit of delay.
Oh yeah, that's also pretty good.
It's aggressively I guess Roman.
Yeah.
That temple, it feels more Roman to me. It looks a bit Aztec with like weird bricky bits on it.
It's from I feel like if I recall this like from a Ethiopian building, Ethiopian wonders. So
and it's Ethiopian.
I mean, it does look apart, but I still want I still want it to look the structure. It looks like a.
I do like that. Right? I do like the Roman style townhouses to the right and left of the building. Though I think that's really cool.
For some reason, it looks very Roman, like the Pantheon area in Rome.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
I just like those townhouses that you find in those kind of places in the world.
And the rows of barracks. It just I don't know, man. When I had this idea, I kind of want to.
See, I don't play Age of Empires. I don't recognize them as barracks. To me, they just look like those very early apartment buildings that you got in a lot of places like Rome or Athens.
And yeah, when you stack on top of this structure, it kind of looks like a different building altogether. So if you play Age of Empires 2, you could see it's a little bit impressive, I guess. But now, though, I just want to copy these sections a little bit. Those are, those water fountains and the pyres, the how do you call this?
Pond? Lake?
Fountain?
Oh, fountain. Yeah, that's the word.
The place where you hold the fire, like the pyres or something.
Bonfires? Is that what the word you're looking for? No.
Yeah.
I think
maybe
it's not quite a bonfire. Bonfire is like a single, like, big wooden burning thing, sort of.
Maybe
no. This more like a bonfire. It looks more like a torch.
It's like decorative fire. It's like how you have like the eternal flame in a lot of places.
I kind of feel like there's like a term for it, but I cannot even recall.
I know what you're talking about though, but like the decorative fires you have in like.
I mean, this more like a bonfire. Like this more like a bonfire when you get rid of the tree. Because
it's a bonfire. I find how fun. I kind of laugh about how close it is to a tree.
Well, there's a tree there because when you fire up this scenario, that tree will just get destroyed, and the corpse of the tree will looks like some pile of wood. So you could see that.
Okay.
When you fire this scenario, it looks like a bonfire. I will just demonstrate really that to you right this moment now because I'm planning to copy all of this to my new map.
I see that's the
Yeah, I guess that's all the thing. We're just gonna now load the new scenario like this. Although I kind of want to save these special places. Load the Gloria Victis map like this, and we're just gonna paste that those sort of things somewhere, and we're good to go. Right now, this island part of the map. You can see this island looks closely resemble to island, right? I kind of put all my stuff onto that island, so it's kind of funny. Like putting all the stuff into the island. Oh, Yeah, you need to reload the game actually once again to see all the effect. Despite that the devs added a lot of things into the games, sometimes it still feels like it's missing something. There's still bugs everywhere. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. No. Right. I forgot the bonfire. The fire thingy was like a 2D plane. So this is a funny thing. Hold on, let me show it to you. Back then, I didn't really copy the file on top of the. You're watching this. Back then, I thought I copied the file. You know, I thought I copy all of those and up with the file that is on top of the, on top of the thing. But actually, I didn't really copy it because the file actually is on this second. It's on this second tile right here. So as you can see, you thought that you just copy this stuff, right? You just copy this tile and the file would actually goes with it. But no, the file is actually on this tile above the whole entire structure. So kind of feels weird to you, but you need to copy from here, not just from here. So yeah, it's that's the funny thing with how the 2D engine works, I guess, and how you can just stack things on top of each other like this. Kind of feels funny when I just mentioned that I could also make like a 3D looking trees like that in the past, man. But this is how you deal with the 2D engine. That explanation aside, I hope you are not. Oh, hey, what's going on? Hold on. I did notice OpenH that I got dropped out of the call for some reason.
Did your Discord crash?
That is pretty weird.
What?
For a moment, I thought you were quiet because I was explaining, but actually,
Oh yeah.
No, when you explain, we're normally listening, but like you just
we're respectfully listening.
Yeah, it's your stream, man. I'm not gonna.
Man, I thought I was the boring one here. I'm just gonna copy all of this back again. My bad.
That's funny.
So yeah, you do catch that, right? I didn't really copy all the thing because I was missing this entire row. I really was above the fucking thing. But it was funny though. It was funny. It's kind of imagine like how you build the entire 3D tree, the entire tall trees that I mentioned you to before, right? You kind of copy the layer to layer, but yeah, in terms of this is a little bit funny.
Yeah, you do a lot of, I guess, magic buildy stuff with the triggers.
No, you'll see, it's just an illusion in your mind, but it's actually just 3D. Maybe you are imagining things.
Yeah. Also, I was thinking maybe when OpenH gets its scenery editor, which will probably not happen really soon, but it would probably make sense to have something that just combines a lot of sprites into one object, or maybe several objects into one, and then just handle it as one big thing that you can paste around the map.
That's insane though. How would you design something like that? Like maybe you just have like a unit editor that allows an editor to just basically create their own types of unit to sprite add or something?
Well, from the technical side, at least how you do it would be just to string the graphics together. So just pack them with the offsets into one big animation, and then you have just one animation with several sprites at different offsets, and can copy that around. And internally, it wouldn't be much different. It would just.
And if the unit got bunched up together, I feel like it's like a very wonderful thing, right? Because as you can see right now, these items, there's a lot about. That's like an elevation to all of this, right? And different units got put into a different elevation, so it kind of got messed up, and it's not in the same elevation.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one thing we want to avoid. That to put things onto an even train like this would look normal, but onto an even train, maybe not so much.
Yeah, you could do all kinds of things, like then I don't know when you now have multiple things, right, that make up this fireplace, like the flame and the bottom part. Then if you combine it, you could put it all on one layer, and then it would show up as one thing.
Yeah, that's really wonderful what you're trying to do, even though
like,
I haven't seen the
maybe
product
some
yet.
basic graphics editing in the editor would be cool.
I'm curious. I never really figured out what is the purpose of this. What are you you're building this, but like when you build it, like is it just like Six Gardens where in the end you just build it and it just looks pretty, or is it some functionality? I'm curious.
It is a playable map, but I want the look to be beautiful and at least pleasing on the eye. So it kind of combine both elements, I guess. At the same time, I guess it looks believable. But maybe some people just got confused by this.
You,
I don't
told
know
me last time that you did win in the contest, right, from Zero Empires.
Yeah.
So other people enjoyed it. That's the goal, I think. Or isn't it?
I mean,
you're right.
I mean, I feel like a lot of people enjoy, but at the same time, I feel like some people could not enjoy my product. But of course, it's very natural for some people to not like this kind of specific design. Maybe they prefer something a bit more simpler, and that is what I'm trying to accomplish as well.
Oh Christ! I've been here for 3 hours. Jesus.
We did stream for 3 hours, but maybe we need to stop at some point.
I said when I joined the stream, I'll go to bed in like 5 or so minutes. So I'll come in, I'll say hi, and leave. But I kind of just set it up, staying around. And now I'm here.
We are very much deep in conversation. I don't know about you, but
that's just really the magic of the internet.
Oh,
yeah, magic of the internet as always.
The magic of there's not much magic to the internet.
So
it's more
far
just
we have
racial slurs and Russian hackers on CS:GO.
It kind of feels to me that the internet kind of
maybe the good parts of the internet that we
the good parts of the internet is racial slurs and hackers on CS:GO. Is that what you're trying to say, or is you
No, what we are doing, not the. We don't talk about it.
But at the same time, people learn how to tolerate toward each other, right? It's not like it's not just bad things. People learn how to tolerate between one another, trying to understand each other's cultures, right? So
I mean, we can.
It's a wonderful tool.
We can have fun. We can just do things that are fun, and not shout at each other in online matches.
See, I play video game console, so I have to be a morally reprehensible individual, obviously.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's like by law, I'm not allowed to not be mean to people for no apparent reason because they killed me. because I'm bad or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't actually been in multiplayer games. So yes, let's segue away from this. But I haven't actually played like a proper like multiplayer game in a while, like a a traditional team versus team multiplayer game with people that I don't know. Other than War Thunder, that's about it.
Also, same here, because it's just a lot of the time it's too toxic for me to handle. So I don't do it.
I did play a lot of multiplayer games before. I mean, it depends though. I did actually also play War Thunder before, so I understand how you feel. But mostly it is kind of depends on the multiplayer games you play.
The only multiplayer games I play.
For example, I kind of play Maplestory right now, even though it's a private server, but people are really friendly over there.
That's good.
I feel like with a lot of private server, I guess it kind of cultivates like different groups of people. So
yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
It can be for better, for worse, for some cases.
But, repeat the same thing that I've done with that.
Yeah, back to what Chris was saying. It's like not wanting to play because it's toxic. Yeah, I don't play a lot of open multiplayer games nowadays. Like there's no fun in it. It's just everyone's so like, I need to be the best. I need to win. They're trying so hard. It's like I don't care. I just want to go relax.
Oh yeah, the forced competitiveness. That's just bad.
The only reason I play War Thunder is because I'm somewhat good at it.
For me,
like,
I thought this is what I think, right? I think with a lot of multiplayer games, it is intended, or it is designed to make play toxic, because
toxicity isn't really the design. It's designed to make people competitive. The toxicity is just the byproduct of that competitive nature.
I mean that is the reason though, because they are trying to make money, and if you want them to sell like premium vehicles in terms of War Thunder, right? You need.
War Thunder's a bit different though.
You need to make players frustrated, and they're impulse. Some players are really impulsive to buy new products, so they just
don't really think it's
their
entirely
credit
that.
cards.
A lot of Gaijin devs don't play War Thunder. Like they don't really play War Thunder, and it's because they're disconnected from it. Because they're apathetic. A lot of these devs have been working on the game for when did War Thunder come out? I'm quickly Google this.
2012. There we go.
2012.
There
Yeah,
you go.
they've been working on it. Like some of these devs have been working on it for nearly a decade. Like
so they don't understand the community.
They don't understand the community anymore. They don't really. Some of these people just don't really care. Like this is 10 years of their life they've spent to a game that they don't play anymore, or they just don't care about anymore.
There's possibility that they even change.
They tend to not care about balancing when it's like, well, I don't fucking play. I don't really give a shit. I still make money from my job, you know. You know, no one's gonna like.
Yeah.
Probably it's really hard to.
There's also
aside though. I feel like
rip open.
Sorry.
In terms of multiplayer games like MMORPG, I mean there are pay-to-win elements, but for non-pay-to-win private server, it kind of cultivate like a less toxic kind of a player base.
Yeah.
Because almost all private servers are. At least the thing I love about Maplestory private server is that a lot of them are non-pay-to-win. So.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. That if you have dedicated servers or private servers for your game, then the community proves just so much from that. Because if you want, you can just make your own thing or go somewhere else, and don't have to fight with these toxic assholes.
Yeah, you can self-regulate basically.
Yeah.
I mean, the multiplayer game that I play the most other than War Thunder is Arma 3, and I play that with like a set, it's like a private server basically. It's a set group of people that come together and play like every weekend. It's like, okay, we're gonna play in the set day. It's, so it's just it's like, for the most part, it's essentially just a group of friends playing a game.
Yeah,
That's essentially how it goes.
it's the same with Age of Empires 2, because that also supports dedicated servers, and then you have people who just play diplomacy or not competitive at least, and then that tends to be very
Smaller
fun.
subset of player base, but I mean, it is fun. Diplomacy is fun. Don't get me wrong, but it's a very small subset of player base who play Age of Empires too.
Yeah.
But still, there are also a lot of people who just play normally, like normal Conquer matches.
And then you have, and then you have people like me who develop silly map like this, but who cares about people like who cares about people like me, right?
And that's cool.
I mean, as often I rant about it, like the developers of Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, they don't really care about the modding scenes. It's like the opposite of I guess the opposite of other modded focus game like a Hoi 4 or something. Even though the game actually have the tools to develop a wonderful mod, but they just don't care about that fact. And oftentimes this general editor is full with bugs. So
yeah, a lot of games mods are an afterthought, to be honest.
Which is a bit sad, because it's still the development team of HD, and now Definitive Edition is actually a former modding team, the Forgotten Empires guys.
That's true. It's kind of ironic, right? Because
Yeah,
Forgotten Empire
it's
was
ironic
started
that
by a mod team.
Yeah, they got a lot of collaboration even from people in the community, and now it's not bad. The Definitive Edition even ships with Genie editor, advanced Genie and such, but yeah. And I know because I had to reverse the new graphics format twice for the Definitive Edition now without any help. And yeah, that was really weird.
Because there's no resources to help you with, honestly.
Well, at least, I mean, Step S, one of the community managers, he's been in contact with us before
That's
he
very cool. Yeah,
was
I
at.
do speak with Step S as well. He seems like a wonderful guy.
Yeah, and he's pretty nice, and he also always gives us updates in advance when something new happens. So at least we can prepare
and fix things
in time to make some free time to get the work done.
Fix basically.
But I mean, and the graphics format, it's not like that's the pinnacle of software development. They could just maybe publish this back, but yeah, that's just big companies and their weird rules.
I mean, direction is mostly focusing on the esport aspect of the game. You know, like games like StarCraft 2, right? They focus solely based on the esport aspect, but if you pry into the game, there's actually they do actually have a modding scene similar to Age of Empires 2. You can create like wonderful map with their tools, but it's not oftentimes those are mentioned, sadly.
But I think you as a company, you should realize that most competitive games that are really big now are basically community make, because Counter-Strike was originally a Half-Life mod. Even League of Legends also from Dota, or originally it was even StarCraft and then Warcraft 3. And basically all the fun games we have for esports come from community made things. So it's a little weird that companies now shut themselves or their games so much off for esports when that's actually what made esports happen in the first place.
I mean, it is a solid argument, yeah, because the creativities. I mean, with modding comes with creativity, and it's like a game engine, right? You have the ability to create any types of custom game with any types of modding tools.
Yeah. I mean, I do find it a bit funny that a lot of the games that have really big modding communities really don't have all that great mod tools. I mean, I hate to mention Arma 3 again, but Bohemia's engine is Real Virtuality, it's called, I believe it's a combination between like Lua, I think Lua and something else, and it's like its own coding language. And a good portion of it is like basically encrypted because Bohemia sells armor as a commercial product for militaries.
Oh,
really?
Oh god.
So a good port, because it's built off an old code base that was sold commercially as like a training program. So a good portion of the code base is encrypted.
Wait, really? That sounds really cool. So
it sounds cool, but it sounds cool. Like, oh, it's encrypted, but like, if you think about it, it's like, oh man, I want to access this this feature, and it's like, nope, I can't. It's, because it's like a.
It kind of feels so.
It's not. It's just like blocked off.
It kind of feels cool to me though, as I haven't heard anything about Arma before, but you did mention it to me that Arma was like an advertisement for military products.
It's very nerdy. It's exceedingly nerdy, and it's probably not your type of game. It takes a very specific person to get into. Yes, I love sitting down for 2 hours on a weekend to, pretend to be a soldier, speak over a radio, and shoot at people in the desert.
A combat simulator.
It's heavily into.
It's not, I wouldn't call it a simulator. I wouldn't call it a simulator. No, it's more realistic. It's a tactical shooter, but I don't think it's a simulator.
More a combat role-play game, maybe.
I get, but there's
a lot of people that play online role-play combat or combat scenarios.
Yeah, I'm not too big on like the whole like role-play, like sir, yes sir, all that shit. But I mean, if that's what you want out of the game, more power to you. But I'm gonna be honest.
Some people do find it pretty fun. I mean,
some people.
For me, for example, I do find role-playing sometimes a bit fun, but don't get too overboard though.
Yeah, but those people often, get really into it. And it's like, I'm not going to call you fucking sir over a bloody TeamSpeak voice chat in a video game. Like, that's just... I'm good, thank you. I'm going to go spend my time doing something else. So, I mean, personally, I just play it kind of vaguely casual, I guess. It's like, sure, there's a bit of, like, order and, like, someone's, like, your squad lead, but, like, it's not like I'm calling, they're a person, but, like, I'm gonna listen to what they're doing when we're shooting at people in the game, but, like, out of the game, I don't really give a fuck, they're just my friend, like...
I mean, it's just a game, right? And some people
it's just a game.
Some people even get pissed when they lose or something like that in a role-playing game.
But it's more of an issue. It's more of an issue in a game like that when someone gets angry, makes a big fuss and deal, because it's like it's big teamwork based and things can fall apart really easily. If you had someone like arguing, screaming, and shouting at other people like mid mission, it's like, dude, come on. You kind of got to like put that aside a bit and move. And like, if you've got an issue, bring it up at the end. Yeah.
Some people even take it as like a personal issues, right? And they kind of take
can
it
be like that.
Probably to real life or something. That would be
some people can be like that. But if someone's going to continue doing that, you just got to like remove them and tell them it's not on. So, because it's a video game. At the end of the day, it's a video game. I came here to have fun. I'm not here to like, fucking whatever you think out of it or whatever. Whoever this hypothetical person is. But there's very real people who do think a bit like that.
Yeah, speaking of escapism, right? What do
Like
you
on
think
the
about
topic of toxicity.
Yeah, I'm coming back to it now, it seems.
Yeah.
I gotta think a bit more like escapism, but speaking of
Yeah.
the topic of escapism, right?
Oh,
What
no.
do you think about virtual reality, like in the future? Like the anime Sword Art Online, right? You would live in the virtual world and forget about other things.
I'm good, thanks. I'll stay right here. I'm good. I don't want to live in a virtual world.
gears, right? But I don't really have like a virtual gear, so it's like a curious thing for me to discuss.
VR is kind of cool, but I think Open had something he really wanted to say, so I'm gonna let him speak. Otherwise, he's gonna like fall off the side of his chair, just leaning forward with anticipation.
Right. Maybe you do need like a big living space for it.
Yeah. That's not really what I meant, Chris. You were saying something.
What do you think I was saying something weird?
No, I said Chris. Fuck you.
I forgot what I was.
Oh, god damn it.
Where were I getting to? Oh yeah, games.
Toxicity, that's what we're at.
That's right. Oh yeah. And modding.
Toxicity and modding, oh my god, my favorite.
Yeah, I think it's also really weird for Age of Empires because the way this game was practically kept relevant was its modding scene, and not just people playing it, so all the variety. And now that it's big again, it's really, I would say it's not great to make things for it, but it's also not easy, and that's pretty sad. Because it's at the end, it was the community that made this game what it is.
Yeah.
Although it feels kind of sad, but I'm still doing this just because it's fun, and I do have the knowledge of modding capability to do all this. So frankly, it's just hobby to me. I guess it's just people like me that keeps the torch from burning out.
Yeah. And I mean, same here. I do the reverse engineering stuff.
As well, yeah.
With
it's people like
but
us.
Also there was also a motivation for doing OpenAge for some of the people because it just as an alternative that is more modelable. Not really only focused on Age of Empires, but all the Age of Empires style games that existed. But yeah, that's not ready yet. So maybe we're talking about that in a few years.
Yeah, but toxicity within a modding community is also another thing that
Oh yeah.
I'm obviously not going to talk about Age of Empires or name anything here because you know I'm not going to name any names or mention anything really specific. But I noticed there's a lot of modders that will basically what they'll do they'll work as part of a project and then they'll have a small disagreement with someone and they'll go, you're not allowed to use any of my assets, and then they'll just fuck over like this group project that people really enjoy just out of this selfish sense of like, if I can't have my way, no one can. Like a 2-year-old throwing like the crayons on the ground because they were told they couldn't draw on the walls or whatever. You know what I mean?
You know what? When I was developing mod for Age of Empires 2, I actually encountered multiple situations like that.
It happens in any community, and it's just a byproduct of it.
I was not in a mod team or anything, but I don't like to name drop here, but there was an individual named Icy, and he was he was in charge of a mod called the Games of Thrones map, the Song of Ice and Fire, and during the process of I mean the story was pretty long, and I could not recall all the details, but one of the time, people was in like a specific server, like the server that I mentioned before, AOE Hellhole, and a lot of people were sharing their maps, in this specific server instead of sharing it with another server, with another AOE server that he was in charge with, and the two servers kind of have like a rivalry attitude with each other, and a lot of times IC kind of goes to the other server, even though the other server didn't really have an intention to attack this other server, like the IC that is managing, but IC just keeps sending his fan base to attack our server, so it's kind of like a grueling thing to deal with him.
Yeah.
Oh no.
What?
It was really the idea of the situation was like that.
What's the oh no for? Is there something?
I guess for no reason, but he just feels like his ego kind of acting up.
Chris?
I'm just being reminded of something else. So not specifically modding, but I'm in the free software community, and sometimes this happens too, where people vehemently disagree on something and then their communities fight for no reason, even though it makes no sense.
I love
and,
really
for the
pointless
most
fights.
bullshit
From an
reasons.
outside perspective. From an outside perspective, of course.
Yeah.
It's really
So
funny.
it's not that fun.
From the inside, yeah. But it's really funny to look at a community throwing shit at each other, like really having these massive, ridiculous arguments over things. From the outside, you go look at it and go, that doesn't matter at all. That who cares? But it's like so
They do fight
ingrained.
for the smallest of things, yeah.
Yeah, people are people. People argue over like which is their favorite type of shit to have their face like pushed into. You know, like.
Yeah. And sometimes it's well, maybe I had this experience with so there's a lot of these there's a lot of these other engines around for various types of games. So can maybe remember like OpenTTD and such, and Open Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I don't want to name anybody here. And
Okay.
It's not these projects, but there was, I think, another of these engine projects that was beginning to do something. So I went there and I talked to them a little bit and wanted to give them some advice. And the reaction to that was so hostile from some community members that they said, well, this doesn't work, this solution. What are you doing here? That's totally bullshit. And they were basically telling me to fuck off for telling my experience of actually developing something very similar for no reason. And that was really weird for an online experience. And yeah, it's just sometimes people, I guess, don't like being told advice, but I don't even remember being that how do you say, annoying about it. It's just normally you have discussion topics on GitHub, for example, and then one can write there what they think is good or bad. And I just wrote a comment there, and it was just shut down so much. I still remember the conversation to this day.
I mean,
it reminds me of a Stack Overflow when you
yeah, it also happens there.
Just be wrong on Stack Overflow so you get the correct answer. Is what I understand about that.
That's true.
But I mean,
then it gets picked up by AI, and then the ChatGPT tells the wrong answers because all it reads is Stack Overflow.
Fair enough. But what's it? I'm having a stroke here. It kind of reminds me. God, I've said so many times. Kind of reminds me of when certain people go to like mod discords for things and like try to suggest stuff. But
Yeah.
like they won't suggest it. Like I know obviously this isn't what you did, but like people show up to like a mod discord and be like, "Can we get this?" Instead of just being like, "Is there any plan?" Instead of just asking nice, like, "Is there any plans for this in the future?" Or
yeah.
like
I mean that's not even that bad because at least then you show some interest. what's really bad is when you do it in such an accusatory tone that it comes across like, why don't you have this? Are you lazy or stupid or something like that? And
Some
what's
devs
really
do
annoying
get
is
over
when
angry about that though. It does kind of infuriate me from a sideline perspective a bit.
Yeah,
Like,
but what's really annoying from an inside perspective is when people just start to estimate how long something takes, and their estimates are completely wrong, and then they accuse you of being lazy or not working hard or not taking your own project serious.
Really?
Yeah, it happens so much. It also happens with YouTubers who do a lot of stuff. Then people go into the comments, that's why can't he or she do this and this and blah blah blah, and it just takes no effort. And I'm often sitting there and thinking, do you just, what do you want? Do you want me to quit my job and work on this 40 hours a day on this hobby project I'm doing to get this done faster? And yeah, I think that's the weirdest experience, because it just shows how little you know, and when you talk like that to someone who's doing a project.
Yeah. I'm doing sorry, but yeah. Should probably start
Yeah.
heading out at some point.
Like, did you bringing the Downy Kruger effect into the mix, right? You kind of can.
Yeah, just like that. When people think they know how long it takes to develop something.
But regardless, I would prefer if there's some constructive criticism instead of none, though, because in terms of a channel that is more like me, I don't really have like a lot of a suggestion or a lot of constructive criticism that in my mind I thought I was doing something wrong, but nobody tell me. So in deep of my thought, I think more constructive criticism is better when the person is willing to accept it.
I mean, the bigger issue I've noticed is a lot of big streamers kind of just avoid that constructive criticism thing, because it just feeds into the backseat gaming kind of thing. There's certain games I just refuse to, like, I don't know if you've had this issue.
It depends on the context, I feel like. Yeah. When it comes to a channel improvement, I don't think constructive, which people should ignore constructive criticism. But for a game, it just spoilers. So people could ignore those kind of stuff.
But you ever had this thing where you play a game and you happen to be in Discord and you stream it to your friends, and your friends like know way more about the game than you, but it's like something kind of complicated, so they keep correcting on you on what you're doing wrong, and it's just like,
that's
you know what? I literally don't care. I'd rather be wrong. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, people do have a tendency to do that. So
that's why I don't stream Factorio to people. Yeah. When I played Factorio with some I was just chatting with some friends. I would have loved to stream it and show it to them, but they know more than me, and they're going to correct me. It's like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to change things. I'm wrong. Just let me be wrong.
Yeah, some people just want to be smart asses, I think.
Yeah.
I do have a friend like that who always has to argue. There was this really stupid argument we had that Arma 3 is more important than getting a driver's license or something stupid like that. It was hilarious.
What?
If only I have
or it like taught you like actual skills or something like that. I forget. It was weird.
If only I met people like that in my life.
I also
but I haven't met any.
always think about Arma in my business meetings.
Yep.
The combat experience makes me.
I have 16 days and hours of virtual combat experience.
Or CS, like Counter-Strike, it tells you a lot about terrorism. I heard.
It's strictly round-based.
Terrorists in the future, right?
Round-based counterterrorism.
What argument I find really funny is that some people do play video game for violence because of the team.
I had a teacher who said that to me. Video games cause violence. It made me laugh a lot.
No, but that type of argument persists in a lot of Asian parents. So I just want to bring that up.
Yeah.
I think it's not only Asian parents; it's parents across the world.
It's not unique, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
One thing that is unique to Asian parents is this very much culture of education, like that education comes before all, which I find really interesting, at least from an outside perspective. Like if you notice, it's like who does the best in like schools and like in foreign countries. It's like it will always be like Asian kids because there's this culture of like you have to really work hard with education. Like you can't skip on it. You have to do this. I mean, it can be both positive and negative. It can encourage like a kid to try harder and really succeed. And I mean, then you have places like Korea where it's a common practice for students to kill themselves if they fail a university exam or a university entrance exam, which is really depressing and sad.
It's a societal problem at this point, yeah.
I mean, yeah, Korea has a lot of the problems Japan has, but turned up to the extreme. Not so much to the conformist level, but like the age and like the aging population is really bad in Korea.
I mean, in Vietnam we do have some similar problems, but the urbanites are more educated now, and people tends to be more fearful.
Yeah.
Like for some of my cousins, they just say they just want to, instead of going to university, they prefer to go and what's the word for it? Like they prefer to.
Like a trade school?
Yeah, trade school, yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah,
They
vocational
go to
like
trade
courses,
school, vocational school, and their parents kind of approve on that. So
I've
it kind of
noticed
feels
though,
like to me that
but if they ever, yeah,
it's not
the only Asian
as
people,
strict as Korea or Japan.
Yeah, but the only Asian people I know who ever go into vocational courses or trade courses, it's never something like automotive or like what's another? I'm trying really hard. Like they never go into like the typical like carpenter kind of trades. They always end up in like electrician or or like other vocational courses like aviation. No, it's never just. Yeah. There's still definitely that pressure to go into these like high education courses, even if they're not traditional like A+ and math kind of courses.
Yeah.
There's definitely that cultural and societal pressure there. Which is just interesting. There's not much to say there, other than it's a thing. It exists.
Yeah, it can become problematic.
But that's with everything, though. So there's definitely ways it can be like really negative and really worse in someone's life if that's like so like again the career example so ingrained into things and whatnot. But it can also be beneficial in some ways. So I guess everything in moderation. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you also have that in other cultures, maybe not as exaggerated, but yeah, I mean here it's not the same pressure in Germany, but it can.
There definitely seems to be a pressure to go to university there compared to other countries.
Yeah, in other kinds of ways, not from your family directly, but more from how not like how companies recruit people.
Yeah.
Because like in Germany we have this dual system of higher education that is university and something in between trade school and university and trade school, and all three branches are pretty big, but most companies prefer university students, and also the trade school jobs like electricians and like Capri, and so they are now paying pretty badly. So there's a lot of shortage of
Yeah, you
people
have
who
a
want to do
skilled
that stuff
labor
now.
shortage.
And
Yeah, don't you have like a massive
that's-
issue with people who work trades or vocational courses just having a shortage of them?
yeah, that's the issue right now. And it's also an issue because we technically do have a lot of people who can do that stuff, like immigrants and refugees, but the bureaucracy is not up to date enough to consider the education of people in other countries seriously.
Yeah,
and it
Germany
takes
is
a long
quite-
time to verify that, and it's just slow and bad.
German
And,
bureaucracy. You guys love your paperwork.
Yeah.
If
It
there's
does
one
help.
stereotype that is true, there's a lot of paperwork. You've got to
I
go
could
to the
say
office
the
to get
same
pick up
thing,
the
yeah.
form, to go to the
Yeah.
other office to deliver the form so you can fill in the first form.
Yeah, I could say the same thing for Vietnam as
All
well.
in person, by the way. Nothing else. You can't do it online. Why would you?
Yeah, I kind of want to say that's like the same thing for Vietnam. That's you need to fill some sort of paperwork like every year, stuff like that, relating to taxes or.
Oh no, you have to
your
fill in
vocational-
paperwork regarding your taxes. The horrors.
That is the horror, yeah.
You have to pay
But,
taxes. I'm shocked, really.
I'm
This
not
is
really
like-
experienced as much because my parents still handle things, but there is a lot of paperwork regarding to when you like move out, for example, or when you temporarily stay in a place, you need to fill a paperwork for that, or you. I'm not saying there's a lot of things. There could be a lot of things that are regards to your privacy. Government need really care about stuff like that. I don't know if I'm allowed to say stuff like this, but still.
He's not like the fucking Vietnamese government's gonna come knocking on his door.
Perhaps, but I'm not sketchy.
Yeah. I have a I'm okay. I'm like acquaintances with the guy who's a commissar in the Vietnamese army actually.
That's cool.
Oh, really?
That's very
He's a political officer because that's a career path. That's kind of crazy to me how your job in an army can be a political officer.
So
Don't
other
you have,
countries don't really have stuff like that. I mean,
don't you have
political stuff
conscription
is
still?
important for most of the countries, right? Like
It's kind of
you
how
can say-
the German army works too.
Like a political officer? What's...
But the German army is it's controlled by parliament, so
I mean, isn't the
has-
parliament a part
it's
of our political
not like
identity?
there are political officers, but there's a lot of civilian infrastructure integrated into the army. Let's say it like that. There's a lot of civilian oversight. That's more like it.
Which can be both a good thing and a negative thing.
Yeah, it's mostly done more good than harm because there's also the problem recently was there's a lot of right-wing extremists in the army.
I'm guessing they all
and-
gravitate towards that just by default.
Yeah.
Because
Then
you've ended
they-
conscription, so there's not many other people who'd go into it.
Yeah,
Especially in a
so
European.
They have to get caught and eliminated. No, not eliminated.
Eliminate,
thrown
that
out.
sounds very political. That sounds...
Yeah, not like that.
No.
But have to be
Dealt with.
eradicated
No, that's-
from the army.
Eradicated. Jesus, that's all.
Yeah, they had to all stand in line and then... No, not like that. You know what I mean. We don't want them.
Not
in
well,
the
at least not
army.
again.
Well, yeah.
I had to get one in. Come on, it was like hanging fruit.
The scream
No,
Cold War mentality for me.
I find it crazy.
I actually wanted to ask Dewey, did you go to university?
I mean,
Or
I
you,
I just finished with my university.
Oh yeah. I mean, just like me, I also finished recently. So did you? Well, I think you have conscription, right? You have to go to the army before university. Is
Yeah.
that true?
So the law is that if you are a need, you don't actually engage in any education and stuff like that, or if you don't have a job, then you might get conscripted. Otherwise, you are fine, protected by law, given that you have a job. Otherwise, you get a forced conscription if you didn't manage to find a job until you're like 25 or something.
So what, they just conscript all the neets?
Yeah, basically, if you don't have any jobs, you're not contributing anything, so they just conscript those people.
I think I can give a lot of people an opportunity, though.
I mean, that is
I don't know how it
I
is.
don't know whether or not, your country
I don't know how it
something
is.
different.
I know in a lot of Western countries, the military is an opportunity and a job, but I think the perception in a lot of other places is that it's like non-first world countries is that it's kind of like viewed a bit more negatively.
I mean, towards conscription as a whole, right?
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I know, speaking with a other German guy, I'm curious about your opinion on this, Chris, is that, like, he viewed the army quite, like, harshly even, like, it was, it's like, it's like, oh, you go there because you want to kill people, you want to be, harm someone. It's, like, not entirely, but, like, it's definitely that idea permeates a bit. Like, the idea that permeates, like, how popular is that of an opinion in Germany, I guess?
Yeah, well, part of it is true. A lot of people that go there to kill, especially in the.
I mean, it's also that you have the extremism problem in the army, so it probably doesn't.
Yeah, there was this. You probably don't have so much knowledge about German.
Didn't you guys disband
an
entire special forces unit because of it?
Yeah, that too. And there was also this army guy who tried to do a false flag terrorist attack when the refugee crisis went on. So he wanted to. No, I'm not getting into that. It's bad.
Yeah.
So
it's I can see how that opinion comes about.
Yeah, the opinion of the army is also very bad because it's seen as mostly incompetent, because we do spend a lot of money on it, but it can do so much less than other armies in Europe, like, for example, France or Poland.
Poland has purchasing power parity is the word, I believe. Because Polish currency is worth less, so they can pay people less and they get more out of it, actually, which is interesting economics thing.
But yeah, the opinion of the army is not very good, and mine is, I don't know. If
you don't want to get into it, then let's not get into it.
No, I have people. I know people who got into the army after school and or into the police force and other government positions that I know of that are, and these people are not crazy, they are not right-wing extremists. So it kind of depends where it goes now. With the restructuring, could be pretty bad.
I did hear you guys had a really bad defense minister though at one point.
Well, which one? Because they were all pretty bad the last.
Yeah, fair enough. They did kind of just Germany was just like, oh, East and West are reunified. Fuck it, military, turn it off. It was is generally the opinion of everyone outside of Germany, at least.
Thing is, we right now we have spent 100 billion euros on restructuring.
I know you guys have to,
and it might be that all of this money goes to waste, like
It
before.
just disappears into the pockets of Rheinmetall and Heckler and Koch.
Yeah,
Of
more
course,
like
it
McKinsey and the other stuff, and yeah, or maybe something good could come out of it, or maybe it expands it gets more right-wing extremist, and then we have a problem.
Let's
I don't
hope
know.
not.
I don't know yet. It's very interesting times for the army.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I know.
to your as a response to the guy you talked to, the German guy, there's very good reason to be skeptical of the army in Germany. That's
Okay.
what maybe we can agree on.
Okay.
Well, I have no idea on this sort of stuff, so thanks for shedding a light, I guess.
Yeah.
If I'm sure, Australia had an issue with extremism in our special forces. Our special forces also do a lot of war crimes as well, so yeah, that's that. I don't know if you heard about that
thing in Afghanistan.
The ICOM radios, if you don't know about them.
I do heard of a little bit about it throughout the Vietnam War.
There's a photo that's floating around there. I'm sure you can find SAS, our version of the British SAS. There's a photo of them, in the desert. They're taking like a cool picture of themselves, like posing, in the car. And there's another car in the background. On top of that car, there's a big fuck off swastika attached to it. So it's extremism is quite bad in the special forces of the army, specifically. The rest of the army though is basically fine.
Oh yeah.
In the topic of people join the army just want to kill people, right? Now that you mentioned it, when you in the system of Vietnamese conscription, when
that's a different culture.
Yeah, but I just want to mention that when people got conscript, they are usually in a lot of different backgrounds, but mostly from those people in more suburban or rural areas, because they don't really have in education, or they just finish high school and be done, and they don't really focus on a higher education, or they fail to manage to get a job, so they got conscripted. So they got forcefully conscripted in some ways. So there's a lot of violence when it comes to there usually a lot of
I hear there's a lot of hazing issues.
Yeah, there's a lot of hazing issues when it comes to the actual what do you say,
I hear about it a little bit from my friends. So
yeah, there are issues, and the new pupils who are joining the ranks, they often just have beef with each other because of their lack of education and their lack of manners and stuff like that, and they just often start fight, and sometimes it even result in death. So there's a lot of hairy issues.
Yeah, fair enough. But conscription also creates like a weird kind of culture in a lot of places. The army becomes like that thing you do when you're 18 to 19, after high school. I mean, Israel has that culture as well. It's kind of and Finland as well to an extent. It's kind of interesting to see how that
it not just,
changes how people.
It's not just domestic. Now that I think about it, it's also exists on different countries.
Yeah, no, but it's not the same in Finland, Israel. I don't believe. It's more what I'm trying to say is like the army in Finland and Israel is like seen a lot more casually compared to well, maybe not so much Israel, because Israel's kind of, well, it's Israel. I don't want to really. No one enjoys talking about Israel, I think, just in general.
Well, Israel is a very
Israel's a controversial country.
Controversial countries, yeah. Although, talking about Israel, Vietnam does actually bought weapons from Israel, so it's very funny that now that you mentioned about Israel.
Israel fought with? Sorry, what?
We bought a blueprint, an assault rifle, or some different rifles blueprints from Israel, and we replicated our own weapons to our own factories. It's just that we managed to buy blueprints on them, and they do support us with some additional artillery and stuff like that.
It's interesting, actually. Never really know. if we go back to the
Israel is a big arms manufacturer.
They are the arms sellers of the world. Yeah.
You sort of buy from Israel when you want, high quality, but you're not really 100% aligned with the US or the West. It's
and also really big into IT security. And I know this because I also do this stuff. But most of the offensive security companies and defensive security also are based in Israel and are Israeli companies.
Are you talking like private military contractors?
Yeah, like that.
Okay, cool. Just make sure it's on the same page. Like the people who sit on boats shooting at smelly pirates. That sort of whole deal. I know a guy who worked. I'm sure you know about Blackwater, right?
Yeah, you mean the private military company? Yeah.
I know a guy who didn't work for Blackwater. He worked for Academi, actually, the company that came after it. The successor after they kind of fixed their war crime problem. So there's just that little tidbit.
Yeah.
There's not much to it, but I'm like, it's like, yeah, that was a thing. People just join PMZs. It's like the army, but you get injured and then you don't get compensated for it.
Oh, great. How cool.
I know. The choice. I want to say something about if we're on the weapon blueprints thing. This is stuff that really interests me because I'm a huge nerd for this shit. But the Philippines is a bunch of really weird and jank looking guns. That they bought like the patent for like the AR-10, I believe, or something like that. They bought the rights to it. And they've been making really weird like AR style rifles for like the past forever. But they're not quite like an AR. It's hard to explain.
Okay, I'm looking them up right now.
I don't know if I can find the image.
Oh yeah, I think I got it. It looks really weird. It's very thin and what?
Philippines.
Yeah. Oh.
Philippines rifle. I'm just gonna search rifles. I can't find it. Filipino pins armor light. I need it's one specific image.
Okay, I can't find much more, so maybe they're very secretive about their weapons.
No, very secretive. No, it's just there's not much on the English-speaking internet for it.
Are you sharing it to Discord or something? Because I want to see as well.
I'll go check on Google if I can find the image.
But actually, what I wanted to get to you with my question to you, Dewey, about if you were in the army, because I remember when I was in Vietnam in 2015, I had a female tour guide, and she told me that she had to get into university, she had to do 2 months or so of military training. That was mandatory.
It was a mandatory. Yeah, it happens to me as well. I did pass to 1 month of a mandatory military training, but I only thought of it. It was like training. It's like part of the university curriculum and nothing much more than that. It's not like you can conscript for like a year, or 2 years, or 3 years, or something. So I kind of figured out it's not like a conscription.
Yeah, okay. Because I remember that conversation very much, and I think I also told her that in Germany university is free, so you can do whatever you like. She was like, "What? That is so cool!" And yeah.
I only have this image in a really low resolution, but I'm terribly sorry for this low resolution, but this is the best I can get you. I'm just gonna drop this in where would I put it? Media, I guess.
Interesting links. Oh yeah, media is better.
If this link wants to work. You're gonna have to click open original and open it in your browser.
Yeah, the image quality is a little bit low. So
I'm sorry, but this is the specific image. Like, you look at these and it's like that's not quite.
Oh yeah, the third one I've seen.
What the heck did they do with the scar?
And first one,
The first one makes me laugh.
The first one is just they removed the stock or the grip, and then just went.
They removed the handguard, put it in 9mm.
Yeah.
The third one down looks like it's kind of it looks like one of those like Vietnam, like, you know, there's like really early like M4s they had, and like, you seen Black Hawk Down?
It kind of looks.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like an
that sort of
MP5 to me.
Yeah. It's just the kind of goofy looking like AR rifles that make me laugh a little.
But is that an actual assault rifle or is it a submachine gun? It looks like a submachine gun to me.
All of them are I think the top one's a submachine gun because the magazine that's like 9mm. All of them are carbines except for the bottom one, which is I think it's supposed to be like a marksman kind of rifle.
Yeah, it is a marksman rifle, but the details, I cannot figure out the details on this.
I look at them and it just like hurts me.
It looks like something you badly designed with blenders. Like it kind of feels like some amateur who designed it on Blender or something. I don't know. That's just what I can recall.
Yeah, I'm just like I just like guns. That's what I think. That's why I just wanted to show this to you.
Like if you go look at the gun cylinder, right? There's barely any details to it. Like
it's kind of goofy, but yeah.
If they're supposed to be like some sort of radiators that make the
radiator, yeah, radiator.
But they just make it flat like that, so it kind of looks weird.
There's no heat sinks on it. There's no none of these got like heat sinks on them, I don't think, except for like the two that are like the two above like the bottom one. Yep, that's the word I'm looking for. Got there in the end.
And why? I could say that I need to search. I need to look at the Vietnamese gun again. That were bought from Israeli. I mean, the right to produce our blueprint.
This is uniform
right?
equipment. I think we're gonna be here all day if this is.
What was the name of the gun?
I think we're a little high. We're looking at helmets.
Yeah, I cannot search for the love of me. Cannot search this on Google.
Go to images, bro. Just see on images.
Is this the actual gun?
Just check the images.
Galil. I remember the name.
Oh, Galil. Oh yeah, Galil Ace. Yeah, Galil is an Israeli gun. It's kind of interesting because it takes AK magazines.
I just want to see the Vietnamese variant, just to see how realistic it would look compared to other guns like you mentioned produced by the Philippines. So I guess this the.
It's kind of like it's like an AK meets AR sort of.
It does look like an AK. And,
the whole idea is you can use AK magazines for it.
That's true.
While
you can use the AK component for it because
it's like an AK style.
AKs,
yeah, it's AK magazines and like
the Soviet back in the past.
Yeah, and like an AR style, more similar to an AR. Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
It's.
I remember the looks of it now. It looks like this.
Yeah, it's good for like when a country wants to modernize their rifles, but they're not gonna, because a lot of countries have old AKs lying around, and they can't completely commit to buying a whole bunch of new ammunition for like a Western rifle.
But yeah, this I don't pick with that aside, right? The design. The design still looks somewhat realistic compared to the original design or other gun design, but I feel like I mean not to make fun of Philippines or anything, but maybe maybe
No, we can rag on them for that gun on the top.
Which country has the worst guns? Find out here.
We should have competition.
Yeah.
I do
UK dude has
remember-
the L85, so
I do remember a very cool sounding gun though. It was a gun made by Mexico. And they named the gun after an Aztec god or something, and it was really cool.
they named a gun after an Aztec gun, and it sounded cool.
It just sounded cool to me. Yeah, the Suacoro, yeah. This gun right here was named after an Aztec god. And
That is it's like a G3. It's like a G36 almost, isn't it?
yeah, it is a G36.
Hey! See the image down one and to the right in the related content tab? It's like the
Hey.
same sort of weapon list as the Philippines one.
Yeah.
It's like
It is this one, huh? They
it's
do
like the
have
same. It's the exact
right
same
there.
layout as the Philippines one. It's
It's
Same
also
website,
on Reddit.
possibly. I mean, it's
Oh,
on
God.
Reddit after all.
Reddit, gross.
Yeah, the top one really looks like the G36.
Yeah, that's the bottom one's kind of interesting.
The bottom
think-
one, I think that's might be
This one?
a variant of the G3 actually. The gun
It looks
before
like
the-
What even is
looks like a
this?
G3, but without the top rail.
Yeah,
These aren't real guns.
Yeah,
This is like someone's like sci-fi art
that's
project.
just sci-fi art project.
Oh,
yeah.
what is that? The
That is
assault one with the you see the assault one with the attached pistol at the grip.
Like, can we
Oh,
like?
yeah, now it's gone. But that was very weird.
It looks like it just looks like a G3 but without the top rail.
Yeah, I do like the
I don't
looks of
I don't know why the G3 is such so
G36
like
gun, though.
high height over bore for like a gun that doesn't have a kind of like a really weird design from one firearm.
It kind of feels like for me though, it kind of feels like the look of the G36 and M4 fused together. I don't know if you can see that.
It looks very like it looks very 80s sci-fi. That's how I'd describe it. It looks like
G36.
It looks like someone's like, it's the 80s. We need to make something futuristic, and then they shat that out.
I mean,
that futuristic to me,
the
I guess.
FN guns also kind of look like this. They also have these.
I don't really
very
like the look of the
distinct designs.
G36. I don't like the G36. The look of it, I really don't.
I really do like the look though. So people do have different
It
opinions.
looks too plasticky to me. It like looks too like yeah.
I don't know about you, but I just find the top of the gun looks pretty cool. In case of a G36, you have a. I know, but,
the
it might get
integrated
in the
sight.
way a little bit, but I figure.
I
but
do like the
still find it
integrated sight.
Looks pretty cool.
I am a sucker for carry handles. I'm gonna be honest. I am a sucker for carry handles. I do like the top one a little bit.
Like you have the same thing going on with M16, right?
Yeah. Hold on. I don't know if I can. Do I have a? I don't want to turn on my camera to show you. Actually, let's not do that. But I have a gel soft like a gel gun because airsoft's banned here, like M16 kind of style gun. Basically, it's really cool.
Thought you were going to say I have a whole cabinet of weapons in my bag that I can just show you.
No, I'm not American.
It's pretty funny to talk about this because, well, gun right is not non-existent in Vietnam, and we cannot get a gun. We might be able to get an airsoft gun,
A
but
few shootings here.
I didn't check.
We
haven't checked about stuff like that. Still, though.
this was a Age of Empires stream.
This was, but not anymore. Apparently.
I said, oh, it's 4 a.m. I should really go to sleep.
Yeah, well, same here. I do go to sleep at this point of hour, so maybe we
Point of hour.
Very weird phrasing, but excuse my English, right?
Sorry if I'm like being mean about it. I just
No, it's okay. We already talked for 3 hours.
I'm used to like ragging on 4 hours now. No, it would have been 3 actually.
You know, some
I'm used to
people
rag.
you know, some people would stream for 24 hours and they call it 24-hour stream. I cannot imagine like how would they sustain themselves from doing something like that though.
Spite, pure spite.
Like how people do need sleep and stuff, right? People do need to rest a little bit. Maybe they they kind of do it on stream and they kind of not showing it. But I haven't checked a stream like that yet. But I do hear people do something like that. I'm just curious.
I can't really recommend it for you.
No, I'm not that kind of person. Well, if I recall, there was like an EU4 stream that I did before that was 9 hours long. That's like the best I can do. Holy shit! And I was really into that game because I was playing at Inca and I was conquering the whole African region, and that was really fun. I feel like. So I just keep on playing and playing until I conquer the whole Africa.
Oh yeah, that actually sounds like fun.
Yeah, Open Age. I forgot your real name again. What's your new name?
Oh,
again?
it's fine. It's Chris.
Yeah, Chris. I guess you haven't played like a Paradox game, right?
Oh no, I played EU4, and but I'm mostly playing the older games, like EU4 for some part, but mostly Hearts of Iron 2 and mods for that.
Hearts of Iron 2 was pretty old, yeah.
Yeah, but it got also a mod re-release with called Darkest Hour, and that's pretty good. I think it also released that's pretty long ago in 2012. But that's pretty fun, and I like playing that. But I mostly like Age of Empires more, just because it's more relaxing. You don't have to think about 1,000 things like in EU4. Or maybe EU4 is much more casual than Hearts of Iron.
Well, I mean, for me, it just depends. But playing Age of Empires instead of designing like this has some. It's a little bit of a. When you micro your economy, it could be a little bit stressful. But when you get used to it, maybe it feels, more.
Age of Empires 2, I wouldn't. Or I would probably, but I don't like playing it that much online because it gets stressful because of the micro. And that's I said before I like Rise of Nations much more because that game doesn't have all the annoying micro with the villagers, so you can just focus on building up your stuff and then combat, which is much more relaxing.
You could just pause and unpause the game, right? And if you're playing offline.
Yeah, single player AoE 2 is much better, much more relaxing. And also designing scenarios. I remember when I was still in school, I also built a bunch of scenarios, not only in Age of Empires 2, but mostly in Age of Empires 2, Age of Mythology, and Rise of Nations. And designing that was also really fun.
So back in the day, I used to frequent on a forum called Age of Empires 2 Heavens. And it was
Yeah,
an eye-opening experience for me to play like a different creators map like this. I don't know if you have some sort of experience like me.
AOK Heaven. I think I only learned about that when I started developing for OpenAge. I think before I was in some Age of Empires forums, but they were mostly German. Yeah, I think it was like that. And then, but once I discovered AOK or AOE Heaven, I started reading all the older forum posts and all the interesting stuff. And
yeah, they do
it's
have
very
a
fun.
university section where you can visit like certain guide. Yeah, I mean it was a old forum, but people were sharing knowledge around, and with that knowledge, people do make like interesting scenarios. So they do have a blacksmith section, right, where you can just download all the players' map and then install it yourself into your system. But it was really fun to browse through the whole section, and I learned how to build my stuff after I played countless different maps. And it is interesting to see different people's perspective on design.
It's still pretty active, I think, for such an old forum. I mean, most of it moved to Discord and more direct development, but at least when Definitive Edition released,
yeah, it was the Definitive Edition that killed AOK. Yeah, it is a sad thing to say.
And then what was the other forum? It's AOE.net or AOC.net. I also like that. That's also a very friendly community. Don't know if it still exists. Probably does. Very fond memories of that. That was. Oh yeah, it's still. No, that's AOE2.net is AOE Zone. That's it. AOE Zone.
Yeah, I've heard of AOE Zone. You host different multiplayers lobby on there, right? Could not recall, but I didn't really visited AOE Zone back then. But I played with Game Ranger instead.
Yeah, but I think. Yeah, that's what I think of. So AOE Zone was originally called AOC Zone because of Age of Congress, and then they moved that and the forums to AOE Zone and branched a little bit more out. And that was pretty cool. That was, I think, mostly frequented by the Reddit community also from the AOE2 Reddit. Yeah, that's also still pretty active. They mostly talked about tournament stuff.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm not that interested. Oh no, not interested, but I'm not that involved into the esports scene anymore as a viewer, sadly. I still remember watching the 2018 Battle for Africa tournament. That was very cool. There's also, I think, one Vietnamese player in the finals, and he won. But I don't remember.
Is that Vietnamese school or say my name or Bhakti? I mean Bhakti. There should be only three of those.
It's Bhakt, yeah, genau.
Yeah, I really like Bhakt. I did watch his content. Yeah, he's a cool guy. I think he's a cool guy. He has a chill personality.
I remember rooting for him in the tournament. against Tato.
To the point that he even have international fans now, and he tried to speak English just because he's so nice.
I mean, it's a good reason to speak English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, how do you think about this hanging bridge?
Just
could use a little bit more. What do you say? Below the bridge, the hole is missing.
You know? That's something darker, but the details might be.
But it looks pretty good.
Yet.
It's good. It's a good start, you know.
It's good start.
Very
it's good start.
realistic.
It's not there yet, but it's a good start. Maybe it's missing something.
Yeah,
with that aside. It's pretty late to me now, so I figured that I should stop. So it's been wonderful, I guess, talking to you all. You know, we discussed about.
I was about to say I'm gonna head off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you need to sleep.
It was pretty fun. I had a lot of fun.
I do open to this idea in the future, though. It's not like this idea is over yet, because I do find discussing topics one-on-one fun, and it's a way for me. It's a potential for me to improve my English.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we could do that.
I'd be down to pop in VC another time, depending on when I'm on.
Yeah.
Probably, I won't be on as late tomorrow because I've kind of got things to do on Monday.
That's true, but whenever I hold my live stream, if any of you manage to catch it, feel free to hit me up on Discord, and maybe we could talk more.
Yeah.
You know,
if you're streaming on like a Friday night or a Saturday night, I might drop by.
Since you know the designing scenarios is a thing that I could do in the background while talking, right? And it's a very wonderful way to express yourself when you're doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll see. You know, I don't have a lot of time, but should maybe work on weekends. We'll see.
We did have a lot of progress today, though. If you look back at it,
yeah,
we did design this whole northern space.
You were very productive. We were just rambling in the background about.
That's true. I was just working in the background as well, trying to listen to.
We were keeping the listeners entertained auditorily, while you entertained them visually.
That's true. It's like a podcast. I feel like, right?
Podcast
with some visual, you know, designing like this.
Yeah,
I think it's
very
cool.
Nice visuals.
Yeah,
all right.
We did a lot of stuff, and I just want to marvel it again. But still, it's the time that we need to end. So, you know, thanks to all of you who enjoys today's episode, and thanks to both of these gentlemen to, you know, discuss things with me. And I don't know what to say anymore because my English is bad, but I will end it with a high note. So thanks to all of you for coming and listening. Hope you enjoy your days or night or whatever it is in the world. And if
Bye,
you like
everyone.
the video, yeah.
Goodbye, viewers.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a good
like
night.
the video, smash the like button, subscribe.
I mean, I don't want to brag. I don't want to brag, but actually giving videos like
subscribe to Dewey on Twitter, join his Discord, and
maybe
I don't mind people not joining my Discord though, because I prefer it to be more private thing. So I just leave it on the video description if they want to check it.
Well, we've said it now, so there's no going back.
Yeah.
So
well,
join the Discord if you're not bored.
To change my mind.
Join the Discord if you want to know everything about his life and stalk him and follow him home.
Also, I haven't updated much of my Discord, so it's...
No, I have noticed the last message in the memes channel was like last year.
There's a lot of trash in here, I would say, so... Maybe join if you want, join if you don't. But still, I appreciate all of you for hanging out. And like and subscribe, and without much, I will end it, and with a high note. And what's our usual motto again? Humanity first. Stay safe